At the edge of sand dunes scorched and trembling under a relentless sun, there exists a creature that treats performance not as a tactic, but as a lifelong creed. And the hognose snake, with its strangely upturned snout and perpetually almost offended expression, is a natural-born actor of the wild. When death looms inches away, it does not merely react, it stages an elaborate, almost theatrical collapse, turning its own demise into an illusion so convincing that even the most dominant predators hesitate and withdraw. Tonight, follow me into those dry, whispering shrubs and step into its world. We will learn to read each carefully staged death, each calculated surrender that is not weakness, but an intelligence carved out of survival itself. And may this narrative of disguise and truth, of retreat and persistence, offer you a rare moment of calm insight amid the noise of the night. There are lives that choose the armor of hardened scales to fight against the world, and then there is the hognose snake, which chooses instead a sequence of flawless performances to buy itself space to exist. Nit does not engage in brute contests of strength. Instead, at the decisive turning point between life and death, it curls its body, alters its scent, and transforms panic into theater, constructing an illusion of collapse so convincing that survival itself becomes a kind of art. In an age that constantly demands resistance and escalation, the hognose snake's philosophy of strategic surrender feels almost counterintuitive, yet strangely wise. Let this gentle narration guide you into that quiet, arid wilderness, where survival is not shouted, but whispered through subtle gestures and patient endurance. If survival is a performance one is forced to attend, then the hognose snake is undoubtedly one of the most gifted actors in the entire wilderness. Nit's upturned snout is not merely an adaptation for digging through sand, but also a symbol of its uncanny ability to sense the faintest signals of survival in a world filled with danger. Tonight, we will not dwell on cold instinct or predator-prey mechanics. Instead, we will observe the absurd, almost tragicomic ritual of feigned death unfolding among dry leaves, and the creature's quiet longing for stillness beneath it all. Let this restrained narration, carried by the soft rustle of sand and leaf, wash away the dust of the day and leave you with a sheltered place within yourself. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content. When dry leaves are lifted and scattered by seasonal desert winds, there exists a seemingly clumsy creature that quietly mocks the hierarchy of strength in this unforgiving wilderness. And the hognose snake, with its upward curving snout and perpetually wronged expression, lives a life that resembles an endless dark comedy performed beneath the blazing sun. NWE are often told that in the natural order of the wild, the strong survive and the weak perish. Yet the hognose snake repeatedly overturns this belief through one of the most exaggerated forms of deception in nature, feigned death. Nit does not truly die. Instead, it performs death with such precision, flattening its body, opening its mouth, releasing musk, and surrendering motion entirely, that even the most efficient predators are repelled by the illusion. And this is not simple trickery. It is a survival philosophy encoded into muscle, instinct, and evolution itself, expressed through every subtle contraction of its body. And tonight, do not treat this as a documentary of reptilian behavior. Think of it instead as a story of how the hognose snake transforms every encounter with danger into a carefully staged exit, turning survival into repeated acts of controlled disappearance. Nit moves along the boundary between illusion and reality, and in its apparent surrender lies a deeper form of mastery over the harsh landscape it inhabits. Nas night settles and your breathing slows into the rhythm of this narration. Step with me into the quiet dunes, and witness the inner world of this unlikely performer. May this restrained irony and quiet warmth soften the weight of your day, and lead you toward a more ancient, more peaceful form of rest. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content. His name is Oliver. In this land of sand endlessly scorched by the sun, his upturned snout is the most distinctive symbol of his existence, a small signature left upon the desert itself. Oliver's first act of final performance came during a blistering afternoon, when he encountered a red-tailed hawk circling above like a falling omen from the sky. In that moment, he felt a primal collapse of certainty, as though the sky itself had become a blade poised to strike. And yet he did not flee blindly. Instead, driven by instinct refined over countless generations, he slowly loosened his body, letting it fall into complete stillness before rolling onto his back and exposing his pale underside to the merciless sun. And this collapse was not simple fear. It was a deeply encoded survival calculation, shaped by evolutionary memory. He understood, without needing thought, that a convincing death would remove the predator's interest entirely. In that suspended silence, Oliver even mimicked the slackness of a lifeless body so precisely that he seemed to merge with the desert floor itself, indistinguishable from the dry branches scattered around him. And he could feel the hawk's gaze circling overhead, carried by violent winds, but he did not respond. In that moment, performance was not choice, it was destiny. And this precise imitation of death taught him that survival sometimes lies not in resistance, but in the controlled erasure of presence itself. When the hawk finally drifted away, defeated by the illusion of loss, Oliver slowly turned his head toward the open sky. A strange calm settled within him, the quiet triumph of having rewritten his fate through deception. Title, Chapter 2. Content: If Oliver's first act of feigned death was instinctive, then over time it evolved into something closer to an art form practiced in silence across the desert. And he learned to adjust his performance depending on the type of threat, sometimes simply curling into stillness, other times adding subtle hissing or convulsive movements to enhance the illusion of desperate collapse. Nonce. He encountered a desert venomous snake, a predator that did not respond to theatrics or deception. In that confrontation, illusion alone was no longer enough, survival became a raw negotiation with reality itself. Oliver did not retreat. Instead, he dug into the sand using his modest strength, carving a hidden tunnel beneath the surface. With his upturned snout, he pushed through loose soil again and again, constructing a refuge shaped by persistence rather than spectacle. In that struggle, he realized that even his performances were forms of negotiation with fate. He was not merely surviving, he was testing the limits of what nature would allow. Every act of feigned death, every retreat, every moment of stillness became part of a larger dialogue with the desert's brutal logic. Over time, he became an unpredictable wanderer of the sands, needing no validation from others of his kind. The stability he had stolen from death itself was enough to satisfy his deepest need for freedom. And he moved through the wilderness as if traversing a long, ironic stage play of existence, forever both actor and director, shaping the rhythm and ending of each scene. Title, Chapter 3. Content: Time, however, leaves its marks even on the most adaptable of performers. Oliver's once vivid scales grew weathered, carrying the faded texture of countless seasons, while his calculating eyes softened into something quieter, more reflective. This slow unfolding of years, he transformed from a creature defined by fear and performance into a quiet inhabitant of the land itself. He no longer needed elaborate displays of death to survive. Instead, he rested in the shadows of ancient shrubs, conserving energy, observing the world with patient stillness. And each breath became a measurement of the earth's ancient rhythm. In this reduced existence, he discovered a strange form of liberation, one that came not from escape, but from acceptance. And he watched generations of his kind fade into the shifting sands, without sorrow or resistance, only a vast, wordless understanding of the desert's continuity. None night, under a sky painted deep red by the dying sun, Oliver felt an unfamiliar exhaustion. He chose a sheltered crevice among the rocks, curling into it as if returning to the origin of all things. And there, in the embrace of darkness and silence, he released every tension he had ever carried. The burden of performance dissolved, leaving only stillness. And he felt no regret, for his countless acts of deception had already become part of the wilderness itself, etched into the dunes like a legend without a name. And what remained was not fame or memory, but a faint imprint of an upturned snout in shifting sand, a subtle reminder to future lives that wisdom can sometimes resemble surrender. Title, Epilogue. Content: When the final glow of sunset sinks beneath the horizon, the dunes return once again to silence, and Oliver's life disperses into the desert like a single grain of sand absorbed into endless time. Telling the story of the hognose snake, we are not merely describing an animal, but exploring a philosophy of existence, how a being under constant pressure can still preserve a form of inner playfulness, even through illusion and retreat. When you feel lost in the noise of crowded days, when every pursuit begins to feel heavier than the ground beneath your feet, remember Oliver, the creature that once mocked death itself with a performance of surrender. And he did not conquer the world, nor was he consumed by it. Instead, he moved between exits and returns, shaping himself into something steady, gentle, and difficult to define, /n that kind of strength is quieter than resistance, yet often more enduring. It is like a seed buried deep in the wilderness, silently stabilizing the soil of the mind, /n tonight. Let this story become a moment of calm before sleep. Let the imagery of staged death and rediscovered stillness guide you toward a quieter inner landscape, /n may you, in your own way, learn to face the unknown with the same composure, and keep within yourself a place that remains untouched and steady, /n sleep now. All pursuits have settled. All anxieties are dissolving into slow awakening. May your night be gentle, deep, and uninterrupted. As autumn deepens and golden fields surrender their harvest to the season, a quiet creature keeps watch in the forgotten corners where sunlight rarely lingers. The corn snake, draped in warm shades of russet and amber, moves silently between the remnants of the past and the fertile soil of new beginnings. Tonight, follow me into an old weathered barn and discover how this gentle wanderer transforms quiet movement into a lesson about patience, acceptance, and grace. May this story woven from red-brown scales and autumn shadows offer your heart a peaceful refuge amid the noise of the night. Some lives do not announce themselves with grandeur. They simply drift through the river of time, leaving subtle traces behind. The story of the corn snake is an exploration of how one can preserve an inner essence while the seasons endlessly change. Between stacks of hay and ancient wooden beams, it glides without conflict or competition, painting each passing moment with its warm and comforting colors. Allow the stillness hidden within this old barn to accompany this gentle narration and carry away the worries and exhaustion of your day. In an age obsessed with speed and constant pursuit, the corn snake has chosen a different rhythm. Moving quietly through the cracks of time, it resembles an autumn leaf turning crimson before returning to the earth, embodying a profound wisdom of reflection and renewal. Tonight, we will not speak of hunting instincts or survival alone. Instead, we will explore the quiet devotion with which it watches over its world. May this warm and restrained story become a soothing remedy before sleep, helping you rediscover your own natural rhythm and peace. Prologue. As autumn winds sweep across the countryside and paint the fields in shades of gold, countless creatures begin searching for shelter and security. Yet within the wooden skeleton of an aging barn, a pair of amber eyes remains open, quietly observing the slow cycles of the world. The corn snake, clothed in intricate patterns of red, brown and copper, has devoted its life to the art of waiting and wandering. Many people think of snakes as cold and emotionless beings. Yet beneath that calm exterior lies a remarkable sensitivity to the changing seasons and the subtle movements of the earth. Rather than gamble its future upon the dangers of the open wilderness, the corn snake chooses to weave its existence into forgotten corners abandoned by time and human hands. Within every crack between the hay, every weathered plank, and every pocket of warm soil, it listens carefully to the faint pulse of life surrounding it. This is not a tale of danger or aggression. It is the story of how a corn snake transforms the passing years into a quiet poem written in shades of amber and rust. Moving between light and shadow, it patiently shapes its character in silence. Its calm restraint possesses the power to remind anxious hearts that peace is often found not through action, but through acceptance. As the night settles and your breathing slows to match the rhythm of this story, join me in stepping deeper into the stillness of the barn. There we will discover the stars, the fields, and the wisdom hidden within the eyes of a silent guardian. Chapter 1. His name was Elias. Among generations of corn snakes that had inhabited these lands, he was merely one humble witness to the passage of time. Elias began his life beneath a pile of aging hay inside the barn. The first thing he ever saw was not the brilliance of the sun, but delicate beams of light filtering through cracks in the wooden walls. To him, the world appeared as a maze of shadows and golden fragments. His earliest lesson was learning how to become part of that shifting landscape, blending his red-brown scales into the patterns of light and darkness surrounding him. Unlike many creatures, Elias felt no urgency to explore distant horizons. Most days were spent among dry husks and scattered straw, listening to the tiny footsteps of rodents hidden beyond the walls. Those faint sounds became his first connection to the wider world. One winter remained forever etched in his memory. As frost crept across the barn windows and cold winds rattled the wooden beams, Elias retreated deep beneath the earth where traces of warmth still lingered. His stillness was not an act of surrender. It was a gathering of strength. Curled within the darkness, he listened to his own breathing and felt every scale respond to the pressure of the frozen season above. This was more than waiting for spring. It was a lesson in endurance. A lesson in allowing empty spaces to exist without fear. When the first warm breeze of spring finally slipped through the cracks in the barn, Elias emerged once again. His scales shimmered with renewed brilliance, glowing like polished amber. It seemed as though he had spent the entire winter collecting sunlight and storing it deep within his veins. Chapter 2. If Elias's growth was an art of movement, then every journey beyond the barn became an exploration of destiny itself. As flowers bloomed and grasses stretched toward the sun, he ventured farther into the surrounding fields. Moving through wild vegetation, he resembled a humble traveler rather than a hunter. Each inch of earth revealed a new sensation. Each breeze carried messages from distant places. One day he encountered a shadow circling overhead. A hawk. For the first time, Elias felt the immense vulnerability of life beneath the laws of nature. Yet he did not panic. He did not flee blindly. Instead, he merged with the landscape. His patterned scales aligned perfectly with the textures of the earth and dry grasses until he seemed to disappear entirely. Through this mastery of concealment, Elias became almost invisible. He learned that true survival often depends not on strength, but on stillness. Not on resistance, but on timing. Gradually, he discovered a deeper truth. Real power is not measured by the force of a response. It is measured by one's ability to leave the smallest possible trace upon the world and allow danger to pass harmlessly by. During these journeys, he formed a silent dialogue with the land itself. Through sensitive scales pressed against the earth, he sensed approaching rain, shifting temperatures, and subtle changes in the soil. He became so deeply connected to his surroundings that he seemed less like a visitor and more like an extension of the fields themselves. This harmony brought him a profound sense of freedom. He no longer worried about being seen. He no longer hurried to find prey. He simply moved, and in that movement discovered peace. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its mark upon Elias. The vibrant red-brown scales of his youth became softened by age, and the bright eyes that once gleamed in darkness grew calmer and wiser. No longer an explorer, he became a guardian of the land surrounding the barn. He hunted only when necessary and spent much of his time resting among ancient bundles of straw. His needs became fewer. His desires became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the timeless rhythm of the earth itself. This slower pace brought a freedom unlike anything he had known before. Watching old companions disappear into the distance of memory, Elias felt neither sorrow nor regret. Instead, he carried a quiet compassion for the land that had nurtured him throughout his life. One autumn night, beneath a sky painted with deep shades of crimson and gold, Elias felt a weariness he had never known before. He found a dry and comfortable pile of straw and slowly coiled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden dissolved. It was not an ending filled with fear. It was a return. A solemn reunion with the earth that had sheltered him since the beginning. He felt no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already become part of the soil, woven into the spirit of the barn itself. What Elias left behind was not a legacy of conquest or achievement. It was a quiet image, a warm red-brown shadow moving between light and darkness. A reminder of what true peace looks like. Epilogue. As the final glow of autumn disappeared beyond the horizon, the old barn returned to silence. The life of Elias settled gently into memory, like a grain of sand sinking into a sea of golden wheat. The story of the corn snake is ultimately a story about preserving one's inner essence through long seasons of waiting and uncertainty. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world continues to change. Whenever you feel lost within the noise of modern life, remember Elias. Remember the quiet traveler whose red-brown scales moved patiently through shadows and sunlight. He did not fight the world. Nor did he allow the world to define him. Through patience and restraint, he transformed himself into an unshakable center of calm. That kind of strength is more powerful than force. It resembles a single grain of wheat resting deep within a barn, quietly holding the promise of renewal. Tonight, allow the image of Elias to accompany you into sleep. May his gentle presence guide you toward a place of stillness hidden within your own heart. May you face life's unknown storms with the same quiet confidence and preserve the warm, steady core that belongs only to you. Rest now. Every pursuit has come to an end. Every worry can slowly dissolve into silence. May your dreams be gentle, your sleep be deep, and your night be filled with lasting peace. In the remote edges of an arid wilderness, where the sun scorches the earth until even silence feels dry and sharp, there exists a creature that has carved order directly into its own scales. The California kingsnake, a black and white wanderer suspended between life and death, moves like a living contradiction, both calm and absolute, both delicate and dominant, defining the very outline of order in this untamed land. Tonight, follow me into forgotten rocky landscapes where time seems to have eroded everything except stillness, and listen to how this quiet monarch preserves a near-eternal sense of balance amid isolation. May this wild yet tranquil presence wash over your thoughts like a cooling shadow beneath the desert sun, gently carrying away the noise and tension of your day. Is there a way of living that transforms pure black and white into something both beautiful and intimidating, symbols that feel almost mythological in their simplicity? The life of the California kingsnake is an ultimate expression of order itself. It moves without urgency, weaving its perfect geometric patterns into the folds and fractures of a harsh wilderness. In an era where everyone seeks validation and recognition, the silent presence of the kingsnake reflects a kind of absolute strength that many quietly long for but rarely attain. Dim the lights. Let this cold yet elegant wilderness flow slowly into your dreams, dissolving every layer of pretense you have worn throughout the day. When all life in the desert struggles to survive under relentless heat and scarcity, there is one creature that chooses to exist at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming both observer and judge of this land. The black and white pattern of the kingsnake is not merely camouflage. It is a declaration of belief, an internal code carved into its very being. Tonight, we enter its world not to witness violence, but to understand how it maintains an almost obsessive sense of stability in a world defined by chaos and fluctuation. Let this restrained voice from the wild gently repair the scattered fragments of your attention, and guide you back toward a quieter, more centered version of yourself. Prologue. In a wilderness permanently baked by heat, where dust clings to the air and even the wind feels exhausted, there exists a creature that understands how to dismantle chaos through precision. The California kingsnake, with its sharply defined black and white body resembling the keys of an ancient instrument, slides across burning stone not as a simple reptile, but as a moving boundary of authority itself. Many struggle to understand why such a powerful predator would adopt a life so still, so controlled, and seemingly indifferent, even when confronting venomous rivals. Yet beneath this cold discipline lies a profound question about power, restraint, and survival. This is not a story of violence or destruction. It is the story of how the kingsnake turned survival into a long meditation on control, patience, and dominion. Over years of silent existence, it absorbs the texture of the land into its bones, the heat of rocks, the silence between winds, the rhythm of dust storms passing overhead. Tonight, we do not speak of venom or immunity. We speak of order. We speak of how a creature transforms a fractured landscape into a personal philosophy. As the world outside quiets and your breath begins to slow, step with me into this monochrome realm where black and white are not colors, but principles. Chapter 1. His name was Theron. In the vast stretch of desert wilderness, he was only one faint line among countless shifting patterns of stone and shadow. For Theron, survival was not about pursuit. It was about positioning, finding the precise curve of shade beneath fractured rock where heat and shadow could coexist without destruction. His bond with the land was silent, almost contractual. Between dry shrubs and cracked earth, he felt the slow pulse of something ancient, like the heartbeat of a forgotten world. He remembered a rare moment during a brutal dry season when the entire landscape seemed to fracture under the weight of heat. Vegetation collapsed into silence. Smaller reptiles fled into stone crevices in panic. Yet Theron remained still. His body pressed firmly against cool rock, every scale absorbing the minimal relief it could find. Eyes closed. Breath slowed. He allowed the desert to pass through him instead of resisting it. This was not endurance as suffering. It was refinement. In those moments, he learned to reduce his presence until he became nearly indistinguishable from the landscape itself. Over time, Theron realized something profound: those who struggle blindly against the wilderness are often consumed by it. But those who listen, truly listen, begin to see the hidden structure beneath chaos. He became neither victim nor aggressor. He became a reflection of the land's own rhythm, black and white, still yet alive, present yet almost invisible. Chapter 2. As Theron's presence deepened within the desert, a strange phenomenon emerged, what could only be described as monarch-like solitude. Tiny insects occasionally landed upon his patterned scales, mistaking him for stone. Dust drifted across his eyes. The wind sometimes piled sand along his body like forgotten time. Yet he did not react. He existed in a state so still it bordered on absence. The desert itself became his language. Rock formations, shifting heat currents, the faint movement of prey beneath stone, all of it replaced conversation, companionship, and conflict. During a prolonged dry season, Theron experienced a peculiar fatigue, not of suffering, but of clarity. A quiet understanding that life was not meant to be chased endlessly, but observed. He watched lizards dart across sunlit stone, competing violently for shelter and dominance. And for the first time, he felt something resembling compassion. Not superiority. Not detachment. But recognition. He understood then that the kingsnake is not simply a hunter. It is a coordinate within chaos, a fixed point that reminds all motion that stillness is also power. Through this realization, Theron transformed his existence into something like a moving axis of black and white light across the desert. He became neither hero nor villain. He became a reference point for silence in a world overwhelmed by motion. Chapter 3. Time eventually softened even Theron. The sharp contrast of his black and white scales became weathered, less defined by youth and more shaped by endless exposure to sun and stone. His eyes, once alert to every tremor of the land, now carried a deeper, quieter distance. He no longer changed positions frequently. Instead, he chose the deepest cracks within the rock formations, places closest to the earth's hidden pulse and farthest from the violence of wind. There, he conserved what little energy remained, waiting not for prey, but for the fading warmth of stars reflected across stone. He had become something beyond survival. He had become part of the terrain itself. One cold, mist-laced dawn, Theron settled into the deepest silence he had ever known. Not to escape the cold, but to complete a cycle that had been unfolding since the beginning of his existence. There was no struggle. No resistance. Only release. His life aligned perfectly with the structure of the land, as if he had never been separate from it at all. The desert did not react. It simply continued breathing. Wind passed through dry grass. Stones remained unmoved. The world carried on without disruption. And yet something had changed. Theron had become embedded within the memory of the land itself. Epilogue. As the final light of day vanished beyond the horizon, the wilderness returned to its ancient silence. Theron's story sank into the earth like dust settling after a long storm. The story of the California kingsnake is not about dominance or fear. It is about the right to remain centered in a world that constantly demands movement. Whenever life feels overwhelming, remember Theron. Remember the black and white shadow that moved without haste across burning stone. He did not fight the world. He aligned with it. And in that alignment, he discovered something stronger than conflict, stillness shaped like authority. Like a monochrome line drawn across the desert, it remains even when everything else fades. Tonight, let this image stay with you. Let it guide you into sleep like a distant wind passing over silent rock. And may you wake with the quiet strength of something unshakable within you. Rest now. The world has slowed. And so have you. In this busy and noisy world, there exists a creature that has chosen perhaps the most restrained way of living. The ball python, a gentle being seemingly coiled by the hands of time itself, reveals the true meaning of composure through a body that is both soft and remarkably resilient. Tonight, come with me into a warm and humid rainforest hidden beneath layers of shadow and leaves. Together, we will seek the quiet light that shines within the heart of this silent hermit. May this story of patience, surrender, and stillness offer you a rare moment of peace after the demands of a long and exhausting day. Some forms of wisdom require no words. They live only in quiet breaths, patient observation, and the graceful language of a coiled body. The story of the ball python is not one of violence or ruthless hunting. Instead, it is a lesson in how to preserve a small sanctuary of calm amid a world of uncertainty and noise. In an age that constantly demands speed, ambition, and endless movement, perhaps we need to learn from the ball python, to withdraw when necessary, to settle our thoughts, and to return to our center. As this gentle narration unfolds, allow yourself to drift into the softness and restraint hidden deep within the forest, where weary thoughts slowly return to their natural stillness. Have you ever noticed that when danger approaches, the ball python curls itself into a perfect sphere? This is not fear. It is a profound philosophy of self-preservation, an art of discovering absolute security within the very heart of the storm. Tonight, let us read the story written within those coils and learn how to preserve a quiet center while the world around us continues to change. May this gentle tale become a cool breeze before sleep, helping you rediscover the peaceful refuge hidden within your soul. Prologue. While countless creatures of the rainforest compete endlessly for sunlight, territory, and water, one animal chooses a different path. Instead of stretching outward in pursuit of more, it folds inward, curling itself into an almost perfect sphere and abandoning every posture of aggression while the world sways around it. The ball python, often misunderstood by modern society as a cold and insignificant creature, is in truth engaged in one of nature's most profound practices, the art of refusal and dissolution. In a land filled with uncertainty and danger, it survives not through domination, but through restraint. We often imagine courage as a fist thrown outward. Yet for the ball python, courage is something entirely different. It is the strength to fold inward. It is the discipline to preserve an unshaken center even when confronted by forces beyond control. This is not merely a story about how a predator hunts. It is the story of how a ball python transforms survival itself into a gentle negotiation with existence over millions of years of evolution. Beneath layers of damp leaves, it rests quietly. Its eyes remain half-closed, as though gazing into a world beyond the restless concerns of ordinary life. The calm it carries seems almost unreal, powerful enough to make even the most anxious observer feel a strange and profound sense of peace. Tonight, we will not focus on the brutality of survival. Instead, we will explore the philosophy hidden beneath those silent coils, a philosophy rooted in respect for life and devotion to inner order. As darkness settles over the forest and your breathing slowly synchronizes with this narration, step with me into a world covered by shadows, roots, and ancient trees. There we may glimpse the deeper logic hidden within a life devoted to stillness. Chapter 1. Along the edge of a rainforest in Senegal, where monsoon rains repeatedly washed the land clean, lived a ball python known as Augusta. His life was a testament to the forgotten value of moving slowly. He never sought intense or dramatic experiences. Most days unfolded within a very small corner of the forest. Sometimes his world consisted of a decaying log. At other times, a cluster of thick ferns became his entire universe. One memory remained especially vivid. On a golden afternoon, sunlight slipped through gaps in the canopy and painted the forest floor in warm amber colors. Augusta remained perfectly still while ants hurried past and beetles raced through the undergrowth. He appeared less like a snake and more like a patch of moss that had quietly become part of the earth itself. Over time, this devotion to stillness became instinct. Through stillness, Augusta gained a perception that seemed to transcend time. He could hear the delicate sound of raindrops touching leaves. He could sense tiny shifts in temperature across the ground. He noticed details invisible to creatures constantly rushing from place to place. Many describe snakes as cold-blooded predators. Yet Augusta was something closer to an observer. He watched the world move through endless cycles of motion and rest without becoming trapped by the anxiety that often accompany survival. His complete mastery of his own rhythm created a deep harmony with the forest. He felt no urgency to chase after more, nor any fear of losing what he already possessed. Simply existing had become a state of fulfillment. This wisdom was not inherited. It was earned through mistakes, through moments of danger, through damaged scales and difficult lessons. Gradually, he learned that survival was not always about action. Often it was about knowing when not to act. Before storms arrived, he tightened his coils. He withdrew his awareness from unnecessary distractions and protected only what mattered most. In doing so, he discovered a remarkable strength hidden within restraint. Chapter 2. After surviving his first great dry season, Augusta began to radiate a different kind of power, the quiet strength of solitude. While younger pythons competed endlessly for shelter and exhausted themselves beneath the scorching sun, Augusta remained patient within the shade of a cool stone crevice, waiting for the perfect breeze. He understood that every disturbance in the forest eventually returned to silence. There was no need to participate in every struggle. Instead, he devoted himself to cultivating the calm that lived within him. Though still young, his eyes carried an almost meditative depth. Whenever he curled into his characteristic sphere, his body formed a pattern so elegant that it seemed like living geometry crafted by nature itself. He survived countless encounters with predators. Birds of prey descended from above. Larger animals wandered dangerously close. Yet time after time, he relied upon the same simple defense. By curling inward, he transformed vulnerability into protection. What appeared passive was actually a remarkable expression of intelligence. Gradually, Augusta realized that true strength does not always expand outward. Real power lies in possessing a strong inner core and choosing how to engage with the world from a place of stability and grace. Chapter 3. As years passed, time left its marks upon Augusta. The scales that once shone with youthful brilliance became softer and weathered. His eyes grew deeper, carrying the weight of countless seasons. No longer merely an observer, he became a silent guardian of the rainforest. He abandoned competition entirely and spent his days resting beside an ancient tree hollow that had witnessed generations come and go. His needs became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the ancient rhythm of the earth itself. Through this slower way of living, he discovered a freedom that younger creatures could scarcely imagine. One storm-filled night, Augusta sensed the heaviness of age settling fully upon him. He found a soft and sheltered bed of leaves and slowly curled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden gradually dissolved. What he experienced was not loss, but release, a solemn return to the earth that had sustained him throughout his life. There was no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already seeped into the soil, becoming part of the rainforest spirit. What Augusta left behind was not a monument or an achievement. It was something far more enduring, a memory of stillness, a shadow of peace, a reminder of what true security feels like. Epilogue. With Augusta's passing, the forest returned to a sacred silence. Only the leaves whispered softly in the wind, carrying fragments of the hermit's story. To speak of the ball python is to speak of an art of self-preservation amid chaos. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world shifts beneath our feet. When the pressures of life leave you feeling lost, imagine Augusta resting quietly within the rainforest. He did not fight the world, nor did he allow the world to reshape him. Through patience, focus, and gentle withdrawal, he became a calm and unshakable center. This kind of strength is often more powerful than resistance. It moves like a warm current beneath deep water, soothing restless hearts without making a sound. Tonight, let Augusta's story become a moment of peace before sleep. Let the image of those quiet coils form a shelter around your thoughts. May you, like Augusta, face the unknown with grace and preserve within yourself a place of perfect stillness. Rest now. Every pursuit has fallen quiet. Every worry can slowly dissolve within these gentle coils of peace. May your night be filled with deep comfort, lasting serenity, and beautiful dreams. Deep within the tropical rainforest, a streak of luminous green hangs motionless among the branches, as though painted into the forest by nature itself. And the white-lipped pit viper, a master of camouflage born from the emerald shadows, carries its signature pale lip line like a delicate boundary between life and death, beauty and danger. Tonight, follow me into that humid wilderness filled with mystery and hidden movement, where we will explore a life shaped equally by restraint and sudden power. May this tranquil narration drift over you like a cool breeze after rainfall, carrying away the noise of the day and guiding you toward a place of stillness. If death were to wear a color, it might resemble the breathtaking fluorescent green of the white-lipped pit viper. It is never impatient, never reckless. Its entire life is an exercise in waiting for that singular moment when beauty and lethality align with perfect precision. Through its long and solitary meditation within the rainforest, the white-lipped pit viper teaches us the meaning of composure elevated to an art form and accuracy refined into instinct. Allow this story to flow through the quiet hours of the night, loosening your defenses and carrying you into a jungle where tension and serenity coexist, where the heart may rediscover calm amid suspense. Few creatures combine such intense danger with such fragile elegance as the white-lipped pit viper. Its existence is a living interpretation of a simple truth: stillness itself can become power. Behind those calm, watchful eyes lies a profound understanding of the rainforest's unwritten laws and an unwavering devotion to their execution. And tonight, we will not focus on its venom. Instead, we will speak of its presence, the long discipline of waiting and choosing, played out upon rain-soaked branches beneath the canopy. And let this whisper from the rainforest accompany you into sleep, where in absolute silence you may discover both the resilience of life and a beauty too subtle for words. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: When mist begins to drift among the ancient trees after rainfall and the scent of wet earth settles across the Amazon, the forest seems to exhale. Yet among the countless shades of green, one luminous presence remains suspended in the shadows with unsettling grace. And the white-lipped pit viper, a creature seemingly painted by nature with its most vivid brush of emerald light, waits quietly among tangled vines and dripping leaves. There, hidden in plain sight, it fulfills a silent contract with survival. And many fear the pale line tracing its lips, seeing it as a warning etched by death itself. Yet to the viper, that distinctive mark is neither threat nor ornament. It is simply part of the discipline that allows it to endure within one of the world's most competitive ecosystems. And contrary to popular belief, it was not born for violence. Its life is devoted to patience, enduring stretches of profound stillness in pursuit of a single flawless moment. And people often define it through danger alone, forgetting that beneath its radiant green scales lies a remarkable lesson in restraint, self-control, and the ability to compress desire into absolute focus. And this is not merely a tale of predation. It is the story of how the white-lipped pit viper transforms every breath, every coil, and every sensation into part of a lifelong practice of precision. And tonight, let us set aside fear and instead observe this rainforest dancer, a creature that has elevated stillness into its highest art. As darkness settles beyond your window and your thoughts begin to slow, follow me into this realm of emerald shadows and ancient branches. And may this quiet encounter help you rediscover the strength to remain centered, even in the midst of chaos. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Aching. Within this seemingly endless rainforest, he is only one leaf among millions, yet perhaps the most patient of them all. Aching still remembers the first time he truly sensed the harsh order governing the jungle. It was a humid afternoon, and he lay coiled upon a palm frond several meters above the ground, watching an unsuspecting beetle wander nearby. And he did not strike. And instead, something ancient within him whispered a lesson carried through countless generations: the true victor is rarely the fastest, but often the one most willing to endure solitude. And this extraordinary suppression of impulse became the foundation of his existence. He did not compete for fleeting patches of sunlight, nor did he join the frantic pursuits of lesser predators. With every breath, he diminished his presence until he became indistinguishable from the forest itself. And gradually, he came to understand his role. The destiny of the white-lipped pit viper was to become the rainforest's most refined illusionist, concealing brilliant green within deeper green and blending the pale line of his lips into the language of shadows. And by surrendering to the rhythms of the environment, he learned to survive even the most violent rainy seasons. He felt the trembling of flooded soil and heard the heavy sighs of roots drinking from endless storms. And he was doing more than surviving. Through almost obsessive stillness, he was engraving every shift in humidity, every change of wind, and every subtle movement of the forest into his memory. And over the years, Qing became less a creature and more a living coordinate within the ecosystem, a patient witness waiting silently upon the branches for the moment when restraint would finally become action. Title, Chapter 2. Content. As Qing matured, the discipline forged by the rainforest began to gather within him like tension in a drawn bow. Naviri scale seemed to contain stored energy. His once gentle eyes grew sharper with experience, reflecting a deeper understanding of the jungle's invisible currents. And the desire to survive did not fade with age. Instead, it deepened and matured. He no longer required the presence or approval of others, for the rainforest itself had become his companion, his teacher, and his language. And during one particularly severe dry season, he faced a challenge unlike any before. Food grew scarce, water became precious, and survival demanded more than patience, it demanded unwavering composure. And he watched small mammals emerge from hiding, driven by thirst and desperation. Their frantic search for relief revealed a truth he had long understood: panic often defeats life long before danger arrives. In that moment, Qing felt not superiority, but clarity. He realized that the essence of his existence was not feeding or hunting alone. It was maintaining his own rhythm while everything around him rushed toward uncertainty. And through countless trials, he learned to transform himself into a flash of emerald lightning concealed within stillness, ensuring that hesitation disappeared the instant action became necessary. And he was no hero. Yet within a rainforest increasingly shaped by urgency and competition, he became something equally remarkable: a guardian of patience, elegance, and lethal precision. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time eventually left its mark upon Qing. The brilliant green that once gleamed like polished jade became softer, weathered by years of sunlight, storms, and friction against bark and vine. Ni's eyes, once sensitive to the slightest vibration, now carried a deeper tranquility. They no longer reacted to every disturbance but instead reflected a profound understanding of life's impermanence. And he no longer adjusted his position as frequently as he had in youth. Instead, he chose the shelter of thick branches near the heart of ancient trees, where wind rarely reached and moonlight filtered gently through the canopy. And there he discovered a peace beyond survival. Freed from the relentless demands of competition, he became part of the rainforest itself, a quiet signature left by nature upon the world. None mist-covered morning, Qing settled upon a familiar branch that had carried him through countless storms. He did not choose it to escape, but to complete the journey he had spent a lifetime walking. In that final stillness, his existence blended seamlessly with the textures of earth, bark, and leaf. The union was so complete it seemed as though he had never truly been separate from the forest at all. And the rainforest did not pause. Only tiny raindrops slipped softly from leaves, as though whispering farewell to a dancer whose performance had reached its final bow. And yet the sense of order he embodied, the discipline of maintaining one's boundaries amid turmoil, remained woven into the living fabric of the jungle. And though Qing vanished from sight, he became something larger than memory, a lasting symbol of emerald dignity that no storm could erase. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final traces of sunlight disappear beyond the rainforest horizon and silence settles once more among the ancient trees, Qing's life sinks gently into the depths of time like a single drop of water returning to the earth. And to tell the story of the white-lipped pit viper is to explore the art of balancing restraint and precision within a restless world. It is a meditation on preserving one's unique identity amid endless change. And no matter what pace your own life moves at, no matter how much pressure or uncertainty surrounds you, remember Qing, the quiet dancer who maintained clarity and composure in every circumstance. And this kind of strength burns more steadily than fire. It shines like a vivid emerald principle, illuminating the darkness not through force, but through unwavering presence. Nas the night grows deeper, allow these images of branches, humid air, and invisible boundaries to settle gently within your thoughts /n. Do not fear the speed of the future. As long as you preserve an inner rhythm that belongs solely to you, you possess the foundation needed to endure any challenge /n. May your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons into that tranquil rainforest realm, where you and a Qing may meet once more in silence /n. Sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry dissolves into stillness like ripples fading across calm water /n. May your night be gentle, peaceful, and filled with deep restorative dreams. Deep within the shadowed heart of the Amazon rainforest, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense, breathing canopy, there exists a form of life that has elevated embrace into the most refined survival strategy imaginable /n. The boa constrictor, adorned with intricate and almost mythical patterns across its ancient body, is a creature that commands silence wherever it goes. In its stillness lies a presence so profound that the entire forest seems to pause in recognition /n. Tonight, follow this narration and descend into that humid, vapor-soaked wilderness. We will explore how this silent sovereign of the rainforest constructs its kingdom not through chaos, but through patience, pressure, and absolute composure /n. May the calmness of this primordial forest wash over you like nightfall itself, gently carrying away the unrest and noise accumulated through the day. Is there a kind of life that can merge strength and restraint so seamlessly that it resembles breathing itself /n. The boa constrictor embodies the purest expression of patience, an existence that does not rush, does not demand, and does not chase. Instead, it waits. And when the decisive moment finally arrives, it writes its philosophy of survival in the subtle tightening of its crimson-tinted tail and the silent unfolding of its power /n. An age where everything competes to move faster, to claim more, to arrive first, the boa's almost eternal composure feels like a forgotten wisdom resurfacing from the depths of time /n. Dim the lights for a moment, and allow this mysterious stillness of the rainforest to flow slowly into your thoughts, loosening the grip of everything you no longer need to carry. While all other creatures rush through the fractures of the forest in a desperate pursuit of survival, there exists one that chooses instead to coil itself at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming the quiet arbiter of this living world /n. The boa constrictor, with its exquisitely complex scale patterns, is not merely disguised by nature, it is defined by its interpretation of survival itself. /n. Tonight, we step into its realm to understand how one might preserve inner stability amid relentless chaos, learning from a being that turns stillness into a form of strength /n. Let this gentle narration from the depths of the jungle repair the fragments of focus scattered by the pace of modern life, and guide you back toward a more centered sense of self. Script _sections. Section _title, Prologue. Content: in the deepest reaches of the Amazon rainforest, where humidity lingers like an eternal breath and even sunlight struggles to reach the forest floor, there exists a creature that has perfected the art of silence /n. The boa constrictor, when it slowly coils its massive body among ancient branches draped in dense green, ceases to be merely an animal, it becomes a living shadow, an embodiment of law without words /n. Many struggle to understand why such a powerful apex predator relies on a strategy that appears almost passive, almost detached from emotion, enduring long periods of still, patient waiting without hesitation /n. Yet beneath this seemingly paradoxical behavior lies a vast philosophy, one built upon restraint, timing, and the absolute precision of energy expenditure /n. This is not a tale of violent carnage or uncontrolled instinct. It is a story of how the boa constrictor, within the ever-shifting ecological tapestry of the rainforest, transforms patience into a form of sovereignty /n. It does not merely survive, it integrates itself into the rhythm of the forest itself, absorbing humidity, shadow, and movement into its very being /n. Tonight, we will not analyze mechanics or biology in a clinical sense. Instead, we will observe how this creature turns waiting into ritual, and stillness into a quiet declaration of power /n. As the outside world grows silent and your breath begins to slow, follow me into this world of green darkness, where the red-threaded sovereign of the forest reveals a philosophy of presence without noise /n. May this moment bring you a rare sense of order and peace amid the turbulence of thought. Section _title, Chapter 1. Content: his name is Ika. In this vast, endless rainforest, he is but one thread woven into an ancient and intricate pattern of life /n. For Ika, the most important moment of each day is not the pursuit of prey or the assertion of dominance, but the search for the perfect resting point high within the canopy, where fractured sunlight filters through leaves and predators pass without notice. And this devotion to position is not random. It is a silent contract with the forest itself. Between thick leaves and towering trunks, he feels the rainforest's pulse, a slow, humid rhythm that resembles the heartbeat of the earth. And he remembers a rare season when the rains became overwhelming, and the entire forest seemed to groan under the weight of water. Smaller creatures panicked, scattering into mud and chaos, while Ika remained motionless, pressed tightly against a cold branch. And he did not resist the storm. Instead, he surrendered his awareness into stillness, allowing rain to wash over his patterned skin as if he had become part of the wood itself. In those moments, he was not simply resting on a branch, he was participating in a deeper symbiosis with the rainforest, feeling its ancient continuity flowing through him. Over time, restraint became his foundation. He did not compete, he did not cry out, he simply reduced his presence to the minimum required for existence. Slowly, he realized that those who fought blindly against the forest's logic were often the first to disappear. Only those who understood stillness could truly perceive its laws. Through years of quiet endurance, Ika became something between shadow and substance, a living imprint of the forest's slow breath, observing its cycles without resistance. Title, Chapter 2. Content. As Ika's vigilance deepened, a force often described as sovereign solitude began to crystallize within him, an immense stillness that carried both weight and clarity. Tiny wandering insects sometimes mistook his patterned body for temporary shelter, and spores drifting through the air settled lightly across his scales and eyes. Yet he remained unmoved, immersed in a state that resembled deep meditation. With each passing season, this internal tension transformed rather than faded. Ika no longer sought acknowledgement from any other creature, for the forest itself had become his language, his companion, and his mirror. During one long dry season, he experienced a profound exhaustion, not of pain, but of return. A sinking into the essence of existence itself, stripped of urgency and desire. He watched monkeys race through branches, fighting over scattered fruit, driven by instinctive competition. And for a brief moment, something like compassion emerged within him, not judgment, but distance. And he understood that the destiny of the boa constrictor was not to participate in chaos, but to become a fixed coordinate within it, a silent reminder that stillness itself can be the highest form of strength. And through this realization, Ika learned to transform every fluctuation of the forest into part of his own flowing presence, allowing anxiety to dissolve into his slow, deliberate rhythm. And he never became a hero in the traditional sense, but within this accelerating jungle, he became something rarer, a guardian of slowness, and a living anchor of balance. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time inevitably left its marks upon Ika. The once vivid precision of his patterns softened with age, and his gaze, once sharp and responsive to every shift in light, became veiled in a quiet haze of distance. And he no longer adjusted his coils with the frequency of youth. Instead, he chose the deepest core of the largest tree, a place where wind barely reached and light arrived only in fragments, to rest and conserve what little energy remained. In this state, he found an unexpected liberation. He was no longer bound by the logic of survival competition, nor by the endless demands of adaptation. He had become part of the forest itself, an unspoken presence embedded in its structure. None mist-filled morning, Ika settled into a familiar hollow at the edge of an ancient trunk, not as escape, but as completion. His long existence folded gently into itself, like a story returning to its first line. And there was no struggle, no resistance, only a quiet merging with the surrounding world. The rainforest did not react dramatically. It simply continued breathing, as it always had. And yet something subtle remained, a sense of order, a frequency of calm that lingered in the spaces he once occupied. And though Ika had faded from visible presence, he had not disappeared. He had been absorbed into the forest's rhythm, becoming an invisible constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the last traces of twilight dissolve above the rainforest canopy, the world returns once again to its ancient silence, and Ika's life settles into the deep continuity of nature itself. And to speak of the boa constrictor is to speak of a way of existing that refuses urgency, refuses fragmentation, and refuses to be reshaped by chaos. And no matter where you find yourself, in noise, in pressure, in uncertainty, remember the quiet posture of Ika, the sovereign of stillness who held his ground not through force, but through unwavering presence. /n This kind of strength is not loud. It is not aggressive. Yet it persists longer than fire, deeper than motion, and more steadily than fear. /n Let this story settle within you as night deepens, softening the edges of thought. /n As sleep approaches, imagine yourself stepping into that humid green world, where time moves slowly and all things return to rhythm. /n Rest now. The world has quieted. All tensions dissolve into the slow pulse of the forest. May your night be calm, grounded, and deeply restorative. Deep within a rainforest washed endlessly by warm tropical rains, there exists a creature that has transformed itself into a living sculpture of flowing emerald. The green tree python, an elegant recluse resting high among the forest canopy, demonstrates through its extraordinary stillness what it truly means to remain composed while keeping a respectful distance from the chaos of the world. Tonight, join me as we descend into the cool shadows beneath the rainforest leaves and explore this serpent's long journey of patience, silence, and surrender. May the tranquility carried from the heart of the tropics gently brush away the dust gathered upon your thoughts and offer you a sense of peace before sleep. Is there a way of living that resembles the growth of a tree, yet possesses a sensitivity far beyond any rooted plant? The life of the green tree python is perhaps one of nature's greatest lessons in patience. Without hurry or ambition, it blends its perfect curves into the folds of branches and leaves, becoming almost indistinguishable from the forest itself. In an era where everyone seems desperate to prove their worth, the python's quiet and unassuming presence may reflect the calm that so many of us secretly long for. Dim the lights, settle into stillness, and allow the restraint and quiet dignity of the rainforest to slowly enter your dreams, helping you set aside every mask you have worn throughout the day. While countless creatures race endlessly through the forest in search of survival, opportunity, and advantage, one being chooses instead to suspend its life among the branches and become a silent guardian of stillness. The green tree python's brilliant emerald color serves as more than camouflage. It is a reflection of its devotion to order, balance, and timeless principles. Tonight, we will step into its world and discover how it maintains an almost eternal sense of stability amid constant change. May this gentle story from nature help mend the fragments of focus worn away by life's endless demands and guide you back toward the quiet center of your own heart. Prologue. Within a rainforest so vast and humid that it seems to stretch endlessly beyond sight, there emerged a creature that mastered the art of disappearing. When the green tree python carefully drapes its emerald body across a weathered branch several meters above the forest floor, it ceases to look like a snake at all. Instead, it becomes a masterpiece sculpted by the rainforest itself. Many people find it difficult to understand why such a capable predator would choose a lifestyle defined by near-complete stillness. Even when prey moves within striking distance, it often remains motionless, conserving every ounce of energy. Yet hidden behind this seemingly impossible strategy lies a profound lesson about time, patience, and waiting. This is not a tale of violence or conquest. It is the story of how the green tree python transformed restraint into dignity and survival into a lifelong meditation. Through months and years of quiet observation, it allows the rhythms of the rainforest to become part of its very being. The shifting light, the changing humidity, the movement of the wind through distant leaves, all become woven into its awareness. Tonight, we will not discuss biological efficiency or ecological theory. Instead, we will explore the sacred ritual of stillness practiced by this remarkable serpent. As the world outside your window grows quieter and your breathing becomes slower, follow me into this emerald kingdom and discover the silent philosophy hidden among the branches. Chapter 1. His name was Silas. Among countless green shadows stretching across the rainforest canopy, he was only one small emerald thread woven into the vast tapestry of life. For Silas, the most important task each day was not hunting. It was finding the perfect branch, a place where gentle rain could nourish him while harsh sunlight remained filtered through layers of leaves. This devotion to hanging among the branches became a silent agreement between himself and the forest. Within tangled vines and ancient limbs, he felt the slow pulse of the rainforest. It was a rhythm older than memory, deep and steady like the heartbeat of the earth itself. He remembered a particularly violent rainy season. Winds roared through the canopy, branches groaned, and frightened birds fled downward toward the forest floor. Yet Silas remained where he was. He tightened every muscle around the branch beneath him, closed his eyes, and surrendered himself to the storm. As rain battered his scales, he felt something extraordinary, not fear, but connection. He was no longer merely resting upon a branch. He had become part of the forest's resilience. His caution became the foundation of his survival. He did not compete. He did not panic. With every breath, he allowed his presence to become smaller and quieter. Gradually, Silas realized that creatures consumed by greed and fear often became victims of the jungle's harsh laws. Only those who remained aware could truly understand the deeper patterns governing life. Over time, he became like a living emerald, a jewel capable of breathing, sensing, and appreciating the rich tropical air while silently observing the endless cycle of existence. Chapter 2. As the years passed, Silas grew increasingly silent. A unique power began to gather within him, a force that could only be described as tropical solitude. Tiny migrating insects occasionally landed upon his scales. Dust-like particles drifted through the air and settled around his eyes. Yet he remained undisturbed, immersed in a state so peaceful it resembled meditation. The rainforest itself became his language. The overlapping shadows of leaves, the distant calls of unseen animals, and the steady rhythm of changing seasons replaced any need for companionship. During one particularly long dry season, Silas experienced a profound weariness. It was not suffering. Instead, it felt like a gradual return to something ancient and essential. He watched troops of monkeys racing through the canopy, fighting over fruit and territory. Their endless struggles stirred within him not envy, but compassion. He began to understand that the purpose of a green tree python's life was not simply to grow larger or survive longer. Its true purpose was to become a pause within a noisy world. A reminder that stopping may sometimes be more powerful than moving. Through this realization, Silas learned to transform himself into a flowing emerald shadow among the branches, allowing anxiety and urgency to dissolve into the timeless slowness of the forest. He never became a hero. Yet he became something perhaps even more valuable, a guardian of dignity in a world increasingly consumed by speed. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its marks upon Silas. The brilliant velvet green scales of his youth grew darker and more subdued. His eyes, once sharp as polished obsidian, now carried a gentle haze that softened the distant patterns of light moving through the canopy. He no longer shifted positions as often as he had when young. Instead, he chose a place deep within the branches, close to the heartwood and sheltered from the strongest winds. There he spent his remaining days quietly absorbing the final traces of moonlight filtering through the leaves. For the first time, he was completely free. No competition. No urgency. No obligation to prove himself. He had become part of the rainforest itself, a living expression of nature's most peaceful truth. One misty morning, wrapped in drifting rain and silence, Silas settled into sleep at the edge of a branch where he had spent countless evenings watching the forest breathe. He did not choose this place to escape the cold. He chose it because it felt like the perfect ending to a very long dream. In that final moment, his life aligned completely with the rhythms of the earth. The rainforest did not tremble. The forest did not mourn. Only tiny droplets of rain swayed gently between the leaves, as though whispering a farewell to their emerald guardian. Though Silas disappeared, the peace he cultivated remained behind. His ability to preserve his boundaries within a turbulent world became part of the forest itself. He was gone. And yet he was everywhere. Present in every quiet branch, every drifting shadow, and every moment of stillness beneath the stars. Epilogue. As the final rays of sunlight faded beyond the edge of the rainforest, the jungle returned once again to its eternal silence. Silas's life settled into memory like a single drop of dew sinking quietly into the forest floor. In truth, the story of the green tree python is not merely about a snake. It is about learning how to create space for calm within a restless world. It is about protecting the right to move at your own pace and refusing to let yourself be defined by the speed of others. Whatever pressures surround you tonight, remember Silas. Remember the way he held tightly to his branch and maintained his own rhythm regardless of the storms around him. That kind of strength is more enduring than fire. Like an emerald suspended among the trees, it shines quietly without demanding attention. As the night grows deeper, allow these images of leaves, rain-soaked branches, forest air, and gentle restraint to settle softly within your heart. Do not fear the unknown future. As long as you remain connected to your own inner rhythm, you possess the strength to move through any challenge. May your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons and into that peaceful rainforest realm where Silas still waits among the emerald shadows. Sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry can dissolve into stillness. May your night be gentle, your mind be calm, and your dreams be filled with enduring peace. Deep within a forest still drenched after rain, where moisture rises like breath and every leaf glows with renewed life, there exists a creature that has turned itself into a leaf, an eternally silent leaf suspended in time. And the green vine snake, an emerald-colored phantom of the canopy, moves through the most luxuriant seasons of the forest like a living fragment of vegetation. Its body, almost translucent green, blends seamlessly into the world of stems and vines, establishing an unspoken equilibrium with everything around it. And tonight, follow me into that rain-soaked wilderness. Let us step gently into the dew-laden greenery and observe its restrained, gentle rhythm of existence. And may this narrative of withdrawal, observation, and profound stillness bring a cooling calm to your spirit amid the noise of the night. There are creatures that choose sharpness and confrontation as their language with the world, but the green vine snake chooses another path entirely, one of dissolution into green, of becoming indistinguishable from the plants themselves. It rejects violence in all its forms. Instead, it carries a pair of clear, almost glass-like eyes that seem to understand the forest not as a battlefield, but as a quiet, ancient system of balance. In an age defined by competition and acceleration, its almost weightless composure and retreating wisdom feel like a forgotten sanctuary buried deep within our collective longing. And let this restrained narration, accompanied by the fragrance of rain-washed leaves, gently cleanse the dust of your day and guide you toward an inner green refuge. If life is an unavoidable journey, then the green vine snake is perhaps the most graceful traveler within this vast forest. Its emerald body is not merely camouflage, it is an expression of its deepest desire for stillness and harmony with the living world. And tonight, we will not speak of predation or violence. Instead, we will linger in the quiet drama unfolding among vines and branches, and explore its intimate bond with the damp earth after rainfall. And let this soft narration, flowing like nighttime mist, carry away your anxieties and guide you toward a tranquil and restorative sleep. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: When the first mist rises after rain and the forest begins to shimmer with suspended droplets, light itself seems to tremble upon every leaf. In such a world, there exists a being that erases itself with perfect subtlety. And the green vine snake, known as Fae in this narrative, is a creature whose entire existence resembles an ongoing experiment in disappearance. Cloaked in emerald hues and possessing a gentle, almost jade-like temperament, it has transformed silence into its defining form of art. NWE often associate snakes with danger, constriction, or cold predatory instinct, yet this species stands apart as a complete contradiction, an embodiment of softness that dissolves fear rather than intensifies it. It does not truly vanish. Instead, it performs the role of a leaf with such precision that even the most perceptive predators lose interest, as if the boundary between creature and vegetation has been erased entirely. And this is not mere camouflage, it is survival refined into color, texture, and stillness. A biological philosophy written not in movement, but in restraint. And tonight, do not treat this as a biological record. It is instead a story of how the green vine snake transforms every moment of stillness into resonance with the earth itself. It moves between reality and illusion with a fragility that is, paradoxically, its greatest strength. Nas your breath slows and the night deepens. Follow me into this damp forest realm, where Fae, the child of green, reveals a philosophy of quiet existence beneath the canopy. And let this restrained tenderness settle over you like mist, softening the turbulence of your day and guiding you toward a deeper rest. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Fae. In this forest, painted anew by every shifting season. His emerald body is the most precise language he possesses to communicate with the world. /N Faye's first act of concealment occurred at the break of an early summer dawn, when a curious songbird descended too close, its presence slicing through the fragile silence of morning. /Neen that moment, Faye did not flee. There was no panic, no rush. Instead, he instinctively extended his slender body along a narrow branch, aligning every curve of his form with the surrounding foliage until his color dissolved into the living green. /N This stillness was not fear. It was an evolutionary decision refined across countless generations, a calculation that survival is sometimes achieved not through escape, but through perfect erasure. /N He even imitated the subtle tremor of leaves stirred by morning wind, transforming himself into a convincing fragment of the forest's own breathing rhythm. /N The bird hopped nearby, unaware of the presence so carefully disguised beside it. Morning mist drifted through the canopy, brushing against his scales, yet Faye remained completely motionless, understanding instinctively that this silence was not an interruption of life, but its continuation. /N When the bird eventually departed, frustrated by the absence of prey or disturbance, Faye slowly turned his gaze toward the dew-covered world. /N That quiet return to awareness. He experienced a faint sense of release, the realization that concealment was not defeat, but the purest form of alignment with the forest's logic. Title, Chapter 2. Content. If Faye's first concealment was instinctive, then over time it matured into something closer to an art form, an adaptive choreography performed across changing light, humidity, and shadow. /N He learned to read the forest's palette, adjusting his stillness to match the surrounding greens, browns, and shifting tones of decay and renewal. Sometimes he coiled tightly into the shadows, at other times, he stretched himself delicately along vines, becoming indistinguishable from the forest's own structure. /N There was a moment when he encountered a wildfire creeping through the forest edges. Heat surged through the air like an invisible blade, consuming everything in its path. In that confrontation, even silence felt fragile. /N Faye did not attempt to fight. Instead, he sought refuge in the dampest reaches of the canopy, pressing himself against moisture-laden branches, using every trace of humidity as a shield against destruction. /N That experience, he realized that every act of concealment was also a negotiation with the boundaries of existence itself. He was not merely surviving, he was testing how far life could retreat before it ceased to be visible yet remained intact. /N Over time, he became less of a participant in the forest's struggles and more of an observer of its unfolding logic. He no longer needed recognition from others of his kind, for the forest itself had become his only audience. /N He moved through this living world like a quiet director of a vast, ongoing performance, one in which stillness was not absence, but the deepest form of presence. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time, inevitably, left its subtle marks upon Faye. His once bright emerald tones softened with age, carrying a deeper, more muted resonance, while his eyes, once sharp with youthful curiosity, became layered with calm reflection. /N He no longer adjusted his position frequently. Instead, he chose a stable resting place within the oldest branches, where light arrived only in fragments and wind barely disturbed the silence. /N This reduced rhythm of existence, he discovered a profound liberation. He was no longer bound by the urgency of concealment or the tension of survival. He had become part of the forest structure itself, a quiet note within its endless composition. /N He watched generations of life move rapidly beneath him, insects scattering, birds calling, storms passing. Yet none of it disturbed his inner stillness. Instead, he felt an expanding compassion, not sorrow, but understanding of the forest's continuous motion. /N Night, under a sky washed in post-rain silver, Faye felt a rare exhaustion that carried no pain, only completion. He settled into a moist branch, the softest he could find, and allowed his body to relax fully for what felt like the final time. /N There was no struggle. Only surrender to continuity. The forest did not mourn or react, it simply continued breathing. /N Yet something remained, an invisible trace of order, a quiet rhythm embedded in the spaces he once occupied, as if the forest itself remembered his stillness. /N Though Faye faded from sight, he did not disappear. He became a permanent part of the forest's memory, an unseen constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final light of dusk dissolves into the horizon and the forest returns once again to its ancient silence, Faye's existence merges into the continuity of the land like a droplet absorbed into endless green. And to speak of the green vine snake is to speak of a philosophy that resists acceleration, fragmentation, and forceful definition. Neen moments when your world feels crowded, restless, or uncertain, remember Faye, the quiet figure who once became a leaf to remain whole within. Chaos. And he did not oppose the world, nor did he surrender to it. Instead, he moved through cycles of concealment and emergence until he became something unnameable yet enduring. And this form of strength is subtle, but it persists longer than resistance and cuts deeper than force. It is like a seed resting beneath damp soil, quietly sustaining the possibility of calm. And tonight, let this story rest within you like a soft green light. Let the imagery of concealment, rain, and renewal guide you toward a more peaceful inner landscape. And may you, in your dreams, move with the same quiet assurance through unknown paths, holding within yourself a space that remains untouched by turmoil. And sleep now. All seeking has settled. All tension dissolves into the slow breath of the forest. May your night be gentle, deep, and restorative. In the heart of a northern forest buried beneath deep snow, where winter seems to linger forever and silence hangs between the trees like a veil, there lives a tiny creature that appears almost too gentle for such a harsh world. The silver-throated Bushtid is no larger than a snowball resting on a branch. Its feathers are soft and pale, blending seamlessly into the winter landscape. To many, it is simply a small bird. But to those who take the time to truly watch, it is something more. It is a reminder that warmth does not always come from strength, and that survival is not always a story of conquest. Tonight, as darkness settles beyond your window and the world begins to slow, imagine yourself stepping into this frozen woodland. Snowflakes drift quietly through the air. Frost sparkles on every branch. The forest breathes in slow, steady rhythms beneath the cold sky. Somewhere among the trees lives a small bird named Pip. Pip was not the strongest member of his flock, nor the fastest. He possessed no sharp talons, no powerful beak, and no impressive size to protect him from danger. Yet what he lacked in strength, he made up for with something far more valuable. He understood the importance of togetherness. Each winter morning, before the first rays of sunlight touched the snowy canopy, Pip would awaken among his companions. Their tiny bodies pressed closely together through the night, forming a living circle of warmth against the freezing air. For Pip, survival was never a solitary journey. While larger creatures depended on power, Bushtits depended on trust. He learned early in life that the cold was relentless. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Food could disappear beneath thick blankets of ice. Temperatures could plunge so low that even the strongest animals struggled to endure. But there was one thing the winter could never freeze. Connection. On one particularly brutal night, the forest was struck by a blizzard unlike any Pip had ever experienced. Wind roared through the trees. Ice coated every branch. The temperature dropped with frightening speed. All around him, the world seemed determined to erase every sign of life. Pip and his companions gathered tightly together on a sheltered branch. Their feathers puffed outward, creating tiny pockets of warmth. One by one, they leaned against each other until they formed a single trembling cluster of white and silver. Outside, the storm raged. Inside their circle, there was peace. As Pip listened to the howl of the wind beyond the branches, he realized something important. The world often teaches creatures to compete. The forest was teaching him to belong. Years passed beneath endless winters and brief, shining summers. Pip grew older, and his understanding of life deepened with every season. He watched the migration of birds across distant skies. He saw foxes leave delicate footprints across fresh snow. He listened to rivers awaken beneath melting ice each spring. Yet no matter how much the forest changed, one truth remained constant. Nothing survived alone. The towering pines relied upon hidden roots connected beneath the soil. The streams relied upon snowmelt from distant mountains. Even the smallest creatures depended upon one another in ways they rarely understood. Pip began to see himself as part of something much larger than his own existence. He no longer measured life by achievement or possession. Instead, he measured it by moments. The warmth of companions during a storm. The first sunrise after a long winter night. The sound of snow settling softly onto branches. The brief sparkle of frost beneath moonlight. Many creatures spent their lives chasing certainty. Pip learned to appreciate mystery. Many spent their days racing toward the future. Pip learned to cherish the present. As the seasons continued their endless cycle, he became a quiet observer of the forest's hidden wisdom. There were days when food was scarce and challenges seemed overwhelming. During those moments, Pip noticed that panic only made survival harder. The creatures who exhausted themselves with fear often missed the opportunities directly in front of them. Patience, however, revealed possibilities. Stillness revealed solutions. Kindness revealed strength. This understanding transformed him. He became a source of calm for younger birds. During storms, they gathered near him. During uncertain migrations, they followed his example. Not because he commanded them, but because his quiet confidence offered reassurance. He never sought leadership. Yet wisdom has a way of attracting others. Eventually, the years began to leave their mark. Pip's feathers lost some of their youthful brightness. His flights became shorter. His movements grew slower and more deliberate. But age brought gifts of its own. He no longer felt compelled to rush. He no longer worried about proving himself. Instead, he spent long hours perched high among the trees, watching the forest breathe beneath him. From those heights, he observed the seasons unfolding like chapters in a familiar story. Snow gave way to rain. Rain gave way to blossoms. Blossoms gave way to falling leaves. And once again, winter returned. Each cycle seemed to whisper the same lesson. Nothing lasts forever. And because nothing lasts forever, every moment matters. One winter morning, after a night of gentle snowfall, Pip perched upon an old branch overlooking the forest. The world below was untouched and silent. Every tree wore a coat of white. Every shadow seemed softer. The rising sun painted the snow with gold and silver light. Pip sat quietly, surrounded by a beauty so vast that words could never fully contain it. For a long time, he simply watched. He listened to the distant creak of frozen branches. He felt the cool air moving through his feathers. He watched snowflakes drift lazily through the morning light. In that moment, there was nowhere else he needed to be. Nothing else he needed to become. The forest had given him everything he needed to understand. Life was not a race. It was a relationship. A relationship with time. With nature. With others. With oneself. The years continued their gentle passage, and eventually Pip became part of the forest's memory. The snow continued to fall. The winds continued to wander through the trees. New generations of Bushtits filled the branches with movement and song. Yet something of Pip remained. Not as a voice. Not as a story carved into stone. But as a feeling. A quiet warmth hidden within the cold. A reminder that gentleness is not weakness. That kindness can endure even the harshest winters. That togetherness can create light in the darkest seasons. As night settles around you now, perhaps you can carry that lesson with you. The modern world often rewards speed, urgency, and constant motion. But the tiny silver-throated Bushtit offers another path. A slower path. A softer path. A path where strength is measured not by how much you conquer, but by how much warmth you share. So allow your thoughts to settle like snow upon a quiet branch. Let your worries drift away with the winter wind. And as sleep slowly approaches, imagine yourself standing in that silent forest beneath a sky filled with stars. Somewhere among the snow-covered trees, a tiny bird rests peacefully beside its companions. The forest is quiet. The storm has passed. And for this moment, everything is exactly as it should be. In the vast and desolate heart of the Gobi Desert, where endless dunes stretch beneath a sky crowded with stars, there lives a creature so delicate that it seems less like an animal and more like a fragment of moonlight that has fallen into the sand. The long-eared jerboa is one of the desert's most remarkable inhabitants. With ears that seem impossibly large for its tiny body and eyes dark enough to reflect the entire night sky, it moves through the wilderness like a whispered secret. While most creatures battle the desert through strength, speed, or aggression, the jerboa survives through awareness. Its greatest gift is not power. It is sensitivity. Tonight, as the world outside gradually grows quiet, imagine yourself stepping into this forgotten landscape. The air is cool. The sand holds the memory of the day's heat. Above, countless stars burn silently against the darkness. Somewhere among the rolling dunes, a small figure waits, listening. His name is Silas. Among his kind, Silas was known not for being the fastest or the strongest, but for being the most attentive. Every sound mattered to him. Every shift in the wind carried meaning. Every vibration beneath the sand told a story. For Silas, survival was not about chasing opportunities. It was about understanding the world before the world revealed itself. Each evening, as the desert awakened from the day's scorching heat, Silas would emerge from his burrow. While other animals rushed to search for food, he often paused for several moments, completely still. His large ears tilted toward the darkness, collecting information invisible to everyone else. The desert was never truly silent. Beneath the apparent stillness were countless hidden movements. A beetle crawling beneath the sand. A distant owl gliding through the darkness. A fox stepping lightly across a nearby ridge. To most creatures, these sounds were nothing. To Silas, they were an entire language. Over time, he learned that the desert rewarded patience far more than haste. One night, a fierce sandstorm swept across the Gobi without warning. The horizon vanished behind towering walls of dust. Winds screamed through the valleys between the dunes. Countless animals fled underground in panic. Silas felt the storm approaching long before it arrived. He found shelter beside a weathered rock and pressed himself against the earth. Instead of fighting the storm, he allowed it to pass around him. He listened to the roar of the wind and felt the ancient rhythm of the desert beneath him. In those moments, he realized something that would shape the rest of his life. The strongest creatures often spent their lives resisting the world. The wisest creatures learned when to become part of it. Years passed beneath endless cycles of stars and seasons. Silas grew older, and with age came a deeper understanding of solitude. The desert was a place of vast distances. Encounters with others were brief. Friendships often lasted only a night before the winds carried travelers elsewhere. Yet he never felt abandoned. The dunes became his companions. The moon became his guide. Even the shifting shadows cast by distant cliffs felt familiar. On many nights, he would sit atop a high ridge and watch the stars move slowly across the heavens. There, surrounded by an ocean of darkness, he felt connected to something larger than himself. He began to notice how much energy other creatures spent struggling. Some fought endlessly over territory. Others chased every opportunity that appeared before them. Many lived in constant fear of losing what they possessed. Silas watched them with quiet compassion. He understood that fear and desire often pushed living beings into exhausting battles that never truly ended. The desert had taught him another way. Instead of trying to control everything, he focused on understanding what was already present. Instead of racing toward every possibility, he learned to appreciate the moment directly in front of him. Instead of resisting uncertainty, he accepted it as part of life itself. This did not make him weak. It made him resilient. Because when conditions changed, he adapted. When food became scarce, he remained patient. When storms arrived, he remained calm. When darkness deepened, he trusted his senses. The years left their marks upon him. His once soft fur became rougher. His leaps grew shorter. His movements became more deliberate. Yet something else grew stronger. His peace. As younger animals rushed through the desert chasing survival, Silas spent more time simply observing. He watched moonlight paint silver patterns across the dunes. He watched tiny insects leave delicate trails upon untouched sand. He watched distant storms flicker along the horizon without ever reaching him. The older he became, the more clearly he saw that life was not merely a race toward some distant destination. Life was also the ability to notice. To notice beauty. To notice stillness. To notice the fragile miracle of being alive at all. One cold morning, after a night filled with brilliant stars, Silas climbed a familiar dune overlooking the endless desert. It was a place he had visited countless times throughout his life. From there, he could see the landscape stretching beyond imagination. Waves of golden sand merged with the horizon. The sky glowed softly with the first hints of dawn. The wind moved gently across the ridge. Silas settled into the sand and listened. The desert spoke in the same quiet voice it always had. A whisper of moving grains. A distant call carried by the breeze. The slow heartbeat of a world that had existed long before him and would continue long after. For the first time, he felt no need to move. No need to search. No need to prove anything. He simply existed. And in that existence, there was completeness. The desert did not pause to mourn. The stars did not dim. The wind continued its endless journey across the dunes. Yet something remained. The stillness he had cultivated. The patience he had practiced. The gentle awareness he had carried throughout his life. These things became part of the landscape itself. Even now, if you stand beneath a desert sky and allow yourself to become truly quiet, you may sense it. Not a voice. Not a memory. But a feeling. A reminder that there is another way to live. A way that does not require constant urgency. A way that does not demand endless striving. A way that honors sensitivity instead of hiding it. The story of Silas is not merely the story of a long-eared jerboa. It is the story of anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the speed of the modern world. Anyone who has ever wished for a moment of stillness. Anyone who has ever searched for peace beneath the noise. As the night deepens and the world grows quieter around you, remember the tiny creature beneath the desert stars. Remember how he listened more than he spoke. How he observed more than he chased. How he found strength not in force, but in awareness. And perhaps, for just a little while, you can follow his example. Let your thoughts settle like sand after a passing wind. Let your worries drift beyond the horizon. Allow yourself to rest within the present moment. The desert is quiet now. The stars are watching. And somewhere in that endless sea of silence, the gentle spirit of Silas still moves with the wind, carrying with it a timeless lesson. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is simply learning how to listen. In the restless, slaughter-filled barrens of the night, the laws of survival are often equated with the confrontation of power, the gamble of speed, and fierce tearing. Yet, above the cold, clear night sky, a certain creature composes an acoustic miracle of life-dissolving air friction in the lightest, gentlest posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This barn owl stands quietly upon a weathered, ancient beam of an abandoned manor, his feathers, as soft as silk and laced with delicate mottling, appearing boundlessly serene beneath the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to calling them monkey-faced owls, or phantom birds, in terrifying legends, but few truly understand that this seemingly mysterious and bizarre creature is actually a reclusive sage utilizing acoustic physics to the absolute limit. The flight path he charts is an absolute silence devoid of any air friction sound or tearing burst of wind, just like a silent breeze brushing over wild grass. Even the keenest nocturnal insects cannot detect his descent. To survive in a world without light, the barn owl made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the hard, waterproof feather coat of traditional birds and remodeled his plumage into an ultra-fragile, noise-canceling sponge that is easily drenched by rain, solely to barter for a single absolute silent glide across the night sky. This is no relaxed or elegant hunting cruise, but a hermit meditating lonely in the deep dark, constructing an invisible anechoic chamber within the shifting currents through a lifetime of restraint, endurance, and concentration. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, gentle microcurrent flows beside the barn owl, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream tenderly wrapped in silent feathers. When the last glint of faint autumn twilight vanishes completely from the desolate wastes, the chilly night wind, laden with withered grass debris, begins to unfold silently across the boundless earth. At this hour, when most living things attempt to shrink back into their burrows out of dread for the dark or collapse into desperate sleep, the barn owl's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. He slowly turns his head from the ancient wooden window of the abandoned barn. Upon that perfectly heart-shaped facial disc, as delicate as a white porcelain plate, two eyes as black as ink betray a concentration he can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first uncover his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all his actions and the acoustic shackle binding his destiny. Unlike other birds of prey that rely on speed or strength to hunt in daylight, the barn owl's life belongs completely to the pitch black, and prey in the dark usually harbor a hypersensitive alertness to sound. If his feathers were as hard and elastic as an eagle's or a falcon's, the exact moment he flapped his wings, the air rushing across the feather margins would trigger violent turbulence and vortices, erupting into a tearing blast of wind enough to startle any creature. To survive in this corner devoid of light, the barn owl thoroughly remodeled his plumage across long ages on a microfluid dynamics level. If we magnify his feathers under a microscope, an awe-inspiring physical world reveals itself. The leading edge of his flight feathers bears a regularly arranged row of rigid comb-like serrations. These tiny teeth act like a fleet of delicate dinner knives, silently slicing and dismantling the oncoming mass of air into countless minute, smooth linear airflows as he flaps. Immediately following this, a layer of ultrafine underdown, as delicate and soft as velvet coating his feather surfaces, acts like a thick sponge, perfectly absorbing and dissolving these shredded, faint aerial vibrations. Ultimately, when the current flows past the trailing edge of the feathers, a defensive line woven from countless soft, staggered, fringe-like margins, it transitions smoothly back into the air, leaving behind not a single noise-generating vortex. This ultimate sound-softening structure allows his core body heat and kinetic flight energy to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as he wanders the freezing night sky, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics. His entire life is spent within this silent greenhouse, built by hand from hundreds of millions of gentle feathers, demanding the utmost diligence to mend and nurse that vital coat which could fail at any moment due to mere dirt. However, the heaviest price the barn owl pays in its epic of life to sustain this ultimate silent glide lies hidden within its seemingly sturdy feathers, which actually offer zero resistance to moisture. To attain peak acoustic cancellation, the barn owl's plumage abandoned the uropygial gland owned by most birds during its evolution, meaning it cannot smear oils across its feather surfaces to gain flawless waterproofing like a duck or an eagle. His feathers are porous, loose, and hyperabsorbent. When a sudden midnight autumn rain descends without warning over the ancient woods, it marks a lethal catastrophe for the barn owl. The instant those crystalline, freezing raindrops make contact with his feathers, they do not beat up and roll off as they would on other birds, but rapidly infiltrate and saturate his thick underdown layer like a sponge soaking up water. Once waterlogged, the down collapses and mats together instantly, which not only strips him of that vital air-insulating greenhouse in a flash, but also causes his body weight to skyrocket, turning his wings as heavy as iron. At this juncture, with every labored flap of his wings in the storm, he emits an exceptionally coarse, muffled sound of air friction, completely stripped of his proud, silent close-up protection. Plunged into this intense wretchedness, he can catch no prey in the dark, and worse, he slides into fatal hypothermia due to the sudden drain of stamina and the massive energetic expense of keeping warm. Consequently, when seasons of unceasing rain arrive, the barn owl is frequently forced to stay in the blind corners of ruined barns, enduring days and nights of starvation, his eyes flashing with immense dread of an unknown clear sky. This is precisely why every single barn owl's perception of weather is honed to a near-obsessive degree. As elegant as they are beneath a clear night sky, they are equally desolate amidst continuous rain. This acoustic dominance bartered away at the cost of waterproofing rights is a destiny hymn etched into the deepest core of their genes, anchoring their lifelong security to a mere straw that could snap with a single rain dot. If the serrations on his wings are the barn owl's invisible armor for conquering the night sky, then his perfectly heart-shaped facial disc and completely asymmetrical ears are his secret weapons for battling fate in a silent world. In the absolute pitch black of a night devoid of a single ray of light, when his eyes lose all utility for observing the world, the barn owl relies on his auditory spatial mapping system, unmatched in the biological realm. That white porcelain-like heart facial disc is actually not for aesthetics, it is a precise, sound-collecting radar, forged from exceptionally stiff, densely packed feathers. It can precisely refract, focus, and amplify those incredibly faint sound waves generated by grass friction or crawling insects in the barrens, directing them straight into his ear canals hidden deep beneath the plumage. Even more abnormal is that the positions of his left and right ear openings on the skull are entirely asymmetrical, one sits higher, one lower, one angles up, one down. This setup looks close to a deformity to humans, but in fluid acoustics, it stands as a divine design capable of drafting a three-dimensional map. When a sliver of sound wafts from the grass, owing to the difference in location, the time it takes for the sound to reach the owl's left and right ears differs by an incredibly minute delta of a few 10,000ths of a second, accompanied by a subtle intensity variance. The barn owl's brain, not colossal in volume, yet allocating the vast majority of its neurons to the auditory processing system, can capture this minute delta in a split second. He does not need to ponder the vastness of the starry sky or scheme a path for tomorrow. He only needs to translate this tiny time variance into an absolute coordinate precise to the millimeter inside his mind. When he glides silently down from a beam, his talons clamping unerringly upon prey hidden deep within the leaf litter in the pitch dark, he doesn't even need to open his eyes. In this pure devotion of total intellect to sound, the barn owl lives as an auditory island, floating in mid-air, severing all crossings with the chaotic world of daylight, silently keeping vigil over the secrets of the long night in wordless stillness. The thread of a barn owl's destiny spans not only the subtleties of microscopic physics, but also carries that poignant moment hidden at the boundary where ancient agricultural eras clash with modern civilization. Over past centuries, the habitats the barn owl clung to most were the ancient wooden barns and abandoned stone towers widely scattered across European manors and countrysides. The timber beams that were dry, warm, and exhaled a comforting, rustic scent of aged straw and soil, his most flawless reproductive haven and midnight roost. When the summer night breeze of June ripples through the wheat fields, the mother owl, in the deepest recesses of the dim beam, tenderly shields her clutch of porcelain white eggs with her own body. She must endure over 30 days of silent time there, a nest brimming with herbal scents and endless quietude, the safest nesting attachment she gives her posterity. Yet, under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, ancient farming civilization was thoroughly torn asunder and replaced within a few short decades by cold, soaring industrial factories of reinforced concrete. Those wooden barns were bulldozed and torched, morphed into uniform, sealed modern silos sprayed with harsh chemical pesticides, completely severing the ancient contract between the barn owl and the earth. When the owl mother and her young awakened startled in this world choked by the roars of modern machinery, finding that the noise-canceling coat and asymmetrical ears they depend on for life are rendered useless before the endless industrial din, the dread and despair in their hearts hit a zenith. Noise pollution shatters the accuracy of their internal 3D map-making, while environmental shift strip them of their final warm eaves to evade autumn rains. In the blind spots of those abandoned ruins, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures standing, their pristine, delicate heart facial discs coated in industrial soot, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world. Returning once more to the deep blind spots of the desolate manor, the barn owl becomes an invisible sage wrapped in the night again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the earth. In the vast night sky, countless creatures fly in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the barn owl's smoke-light figure sweeps across the tips of the wild grass, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his feathers. With ultimate silence, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of the night sky. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry screech, but rather a near-sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely stays in his own corner, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of quietude, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The barons of the deep night welcome another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past withered banana leaves and waves of grain, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched upon the ancient beam, the barn owl slightly adjusts the angle of his wings, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive silent flight and his acoustic riddles within the freezing night. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid sky. He has left the world no deafening roars, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace gliding beneath the moonlight without producing a single sound. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the microfeathers, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the midnight feathers has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the ferocious, cold, and plunder-filled realm of nature, the laws of survival are often equated with the absolute dominance of strength, the ultimate gamble of speed, and the merciless exit of the individual. Yet, when the sun sinks completely beneath the horizon of the Antarctic Circle and a months-long polar night seals the entire wilderness like a colossal black shroud, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, marching by the thousands into the deep ice barrens where the blizzard rages hardest. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This male emperor penguin stands quietly in the epicenter of an Antarctic polar night storm at -40 degrees, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant. His massive frame, clad in thick, scale-like waterproof feathers, appears boundlessly serene under the faint aurora. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their grace and agility as they glide underwater in bright ocean documentaries, but few truly understand that this seemingly clumsy creature is placing himself in a months-long ordeal of huddling, completely devoid of supplies. The icy waste sanctuary he has carved out faces a raging, lethal blizzard outside, yet inside, relying solely on the rigorous condensation of thousands of physical bodies, preserves a miraculous temperature hovering close to 35 degrees Celsius, ample to sustain the continuation of life. To survive upon this dark wilderness where no living thing can fight a lone battle, the emperor penguin made a series of astonishing, even poignant sociological compromises along its lengthy evolutionary path. He surrendered the freedom of traditional birds to spread wings and soar, anchoring his entire existence to a highly rigorous, deeply orderly collective trust, using an almost obsessive huddling compression to dissolve the harshest physical cold on the frozen earth. This is no loose gathering packed with play and frolic, but a stoic sentinel keeping vigil in the deep polar night, weaving a voiceless symphony across the shifting snow through a lifetime of strides, endurance, and ultimate tacit cooperation. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, low murmur of respiration beside the emperor penguin, immersing yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in collective warmth. When the final sliver of autumn moisture completely vanishes from the marginal seas, the biting Antarctic gale, laden with razor-sharp ice crystals, begins to unfold silently across the boundless blue ice. At this hour, when most migratory birds and marine mammals choose to journey north out of dread for the bitter winter, returning to temperate waters, this powerful emperor penguin, treading heavy, waddling, yet resolute steps, walks toward that desolate inland plateau of perpetual frost against the direction of the storm. To comprehend this being's anomaly, we must first confront his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of his life and the first rift of destiny he must cross alone. At this moment on the Antarctic continent, the sea waters are freezing over in vast swathes, traditional hunting grounds are cut off hundreds of kilometers away by thick ice sheets, and continuing to linger by the coast means immense wave hazards and the danger of being unable to make landfall. To accomplish the mission of reproduction throughout the impending polar night, the emperor penguin must trek dozens or even 100 kilometers before the blizzard locks the barrens down entirely, heading toward a level, sacred haven, that can evade glacial shelves collapsing. This is an immensely physically grueling long march. Elephantine heavy steps leave 2 deep sliding furrows upon the soft snow, yet his movements display not a modicum of haste, each stride is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. Across weeks of trekking, he can only rely on burning the thick layers of fat hoarded from summer foraging to provide kinetic energy, the internal fire of life flickering weakly, incapable of supporting any intense expenditure. When he finally converges with thousands of his peers in the center of that bleak ice valley, the last glint of twilight in the sky plummets entirely into darkness, and the entire polar wilderness is swallowed by a deathly hush. Within this narrow universe forged from ice and snow, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. However, within this isolated ice waste haven, the price of life paid by the emperor penguin is an ordeal of physiological and sociological extremes unimagined by the outside world. While the world outside endures a months-long polar night of -50 degrees and the gale wrenches piercing shrieks from century-old ice, the female penguins on the polar wastes, having spent their entire physical energy to lay a single precious egg, must immediately set off to return to the ocean hundreds of kilometers away to forage. The heavy responsibility of guarding this egg of life falls unreservedly upon this remaining male emperor penguin. From this moment onward, through a long span of 4 to 5 months, he will taste neither food nor water, and even superfluous movement will be heavily restricted. We must understand that Arctic blizzards frequently exceed 150 kilometers per hour. Under such terrifying wind chill factors, any solitary penguin would be thoroughly frozen through and stripped of its core body heat within a few short minutes. To battle this freezing torrent capable of annihilating all life, this remaining male emperor penguin and thousands of his peers, in the absence of any leader's command, begin to gather spontaneously toward the center, weaving the greatest sociological defense net in the natural world, the huddle formation. Using their airtight, rigid backs to face the blizzard, they press their bodies tightly together without a single gap, forming a massive black mountain carved out of raw flesh. Inside this mountain, due to the convergence of countless breaths and core heat, temperatures soar rapidly to an incredible 35 degrees Celsius, even forcing penguins sitting at the absolute core to slightly part their feathers to vent heat. Yet, this huddle formation is no static cage. If the penguins positioned on the outer perimeter, directly absorbing the brunt of the -40-degree blizzard, lingered there forever, they would rapidly exhaust their stamina and freeze to death, while the internal penguins would swoon from overheating. In this pure sociological structure completely devoid of hierarchy or power relations, a striking silent chemistry begins to flow rhythmically in the dark. After enduring the polar freeze for a duration, penguins on the outermost perimeter slightly angle their bodies, treading slow, step-by-step strides along the margin of the huddle to move in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. The companions behind them intuitively fill the gaps left behind, while internal penguins migrate toward the outer margin as slowly as microscopic particles shifting in a fluid current, charting a perfect, circular cycle of life rotation spanning thousands of individuals. This ultimate discipline over energy and unreserved sharing coaxes their brains into a state akin to meditative serenity. He has no need to ponder the abundance of the ocean or scheme tomorrow's direction. He only needs to take that minute step of a 10,000th of a meter within the blizzard to fulfill the collective, and in doing so, fulfill himself. Around the winter solstice in July, when the polar night reaches its absolute depth and the darkness seems as though it will never lift, at the very bottom of this warm mountain condensed from raw flesh, atop the bridge of this penguin's feet, a life vigil unfolds, the tenderest yet most heart-wrenching in the epic of existence. This male emperor penguin has now fasted continuously for over 2 months, his weight has shrunk by nearly half, his once plump frame appearing gaunt and hollowed out. Only his feet and that specialized anatomical patch beneath his abdomen preserve a most sacred warmth. His egg rests securely upon the bridge of his feet, which are lined with coarse scales and thick hide. Over it drapes a thick brooding pouch specialized from abdominal skin and lined with dense down, known scientifically as the brood patch. This patch is richly wired with blood vessels, steadily pouring the parent's final embers of energy downward, while directly beneath his body lies the hardened ice surface at -40 degrees. Throughout this lengthy incubation period spanning over 60 days, the emperor penguin must maintain a unique, near-static standing posture at all times. He cannot make large movements, even when rotating positions within the huddle. He must shift his body forward using a painfully slow, waddling, shuffling glide. For if he accidentally loosens his feet and the egg makes contact with the ice for even a few short seconds, the quickening life within will be flash frozen by the Antarctic freeze, snuffed out in its cradle. This is an immensely heavy cost. It demands this leviathan to surrender all instincts to stretch his frame, keeping his nerves and muscles strung taut against that 10,000th balance line. Every time the blizzard violently slams the huddle formation, his frame tremors faintly from sheer exhaustion, yet his talons grip the ice as though rooted, using his flesh as an absolute, insurmountable barrier of life. In this boundless dark, the lone melody across the storm-beaten wastes is the roar of the outer gale and the rhythmic, raspy respiration of countless lives within the huddle. These two forces interlace and echo, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The father uses his flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the ice and snow that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. When the tail end of August delivers the first ray of long-lost, faint sunlight, casting a dreamy golden warmth through the glacial mists of the horizon onto the frost-coated black backs of the huddle, this emperor penguin finally welcomes the grandest liberation of his life and the most poignant turning point of destiny. Upon the bridge of his feet, the egg, amidst an exceedingly faint click of a splitting shell, finally hatches into a downy, large-eyed chick. Yet, due to the hardships of the long trek, the foraging line of mothers has not yet returned. The internal physiological alchemy sustained for months hits its most helpless zenith. In a state of starvation where his body has cannibalized itself to the limit, the father's esophageal glands begin to secrete a faint, viscous fluid rich in proteins and fats, akin to crop milk. This is the final nutrition he keeps for his offspring, bartered with his own life. As he lowers his head, guiding this thread of secretion tenderly into the chick's beak with his long bill, a massive returning vanguard of thousands of mothers finally punctuates the distant horizon. They carry back full stomachs of fresh fish and krill, bringing the abundance of the sea and the breath of spring. An echoing chorus of trumpeting instantly erupts across the colony, the ancient chemistry of mates tracing one another through unique acoustic signals among thousands of individuals. When the father finally transfers the exhausted yet miraculously surviving chick intact to his mate, he lacks even the spare energy for warmth. His internal fuel is utterly drained, and he must immediately set off alone to return to that ocean from which he has been parted for months. Turning away, treading upon feet stiffened by months of bearing weight, he walks lonely toward that icebound passage leading to the sea. The outer ice floes are fracturing and melting silently with the arrival of spring, transforming into a scattering of isolated islands drifting in the dark sea. He glides slowly across the disintegrating ice field, his gaze reflecting no ecstatic triumph, but merely a stoic numbness and certainty born of surviving an apocalypse. He knows the home he depends on is shifting, but his mission has achieved its most dignified execution within the breathing miracle of the huddle. Throughout the lengthy and lonely migration back to the ocean, the emperor penguin relies precisely on that tenacity etched into the deepest core of its genes and the ultimate tacit understanding of the collective to guide its lineage across the polar chasm of life and death time and again. Outsiders frequently praise their comical charm and cuteness in shallow water exploration as they hop among glaciers, mistakenly believing them to be the carefree darlings of the Antarctic. Yet, few witness their disheveled unselfishness in the heart of a blizzard, actively treading toward the outer perimeter to shield their companions. Still fewer comprehend their months-long, starving, voiceless vigil in the deep polar night. They lack the advanced intellect to reverse global warming trends that trigger premature fracturing of spring ice floes, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the squeeze of the era. Their sole armor is that huddle formation woven from their own raw flesh and trust. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies. no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Glaciers dissolve and seasons turn, while they merely follow the contract of an ancient system quietly, igniting the lone glimmer of hope upon the barrens with collective warmth during every winter night when the cold wind howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. He uses his entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can lean your bodies tightly together in the harshest extremes, constructing a warm nest belonging to trust. At midnight, the Antarctic wilderness gradually reclaims its primal peace. That distant storm and the roars of collapsing glaciers long dissolve into the lengthy river of time. The brilliant, hazy aurora, like a delicate green ribbon, flows tenderly across the deep night sky, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, frozen earth. The emperor penguin, having weathered the ordeal of the polar night, the Huddle trial, and the migration back to the sea, is perhaps sleeping peacefully alongside his family beneath another tranquil ice shadow now. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its refusal to fall at -40 degrees. Now, having listened to this chronicle of physiological ledgers, unselfish rotation, and torches of life, those mysteries have found their best home within the long wind of this long night. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these barrens are merely those firm, gentle, waddling footprints that vanish with the blizzard yet reappear every single spring. Listening to the faint wind outside your window, a white noise like the long polar night wind across the barrens, and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? No matter how ferocious the external storm rages, it can never invade this fortress built of memory and trust. Be like that creature beneath the ice and snow, completely drawing its body close to its companions through orderly rotation. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external storms alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute order and sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the wilderness has hushed into silence. May you carry this collective chemistry across thousands of years, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious and unforgiving Arctic wilderness, the laws of survival are often equated with relentless running, brutal slaughter, and a desperate pursuit of warmth. Yet, when the sun sinks completely below the horizon and a months-long polar night seals the entire world like a colossal black shroud, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, actively heading toward where the blizzard rages hardest. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into her true life. This female polar bear curls quietly inside a sealed ice cave fashioned from thick snow drifts, meters beneath the frozen surface, peacefully closing her eyes amidst the muffled roars of the storm raging outside. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their power and majesty as apex predators upon the daylight ice floes, but few truly understand that this seemingly omnipotent being is placing herself in a half-year-old ordeal of life and death, tasting neither food nor water. The snowy haven she has carved out faces a polar hell of -50 degrees outside, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant, yet inside, relying solely on her rise and fall of breath, she preserves a miraculous temperature hovering near freezing, even radiating a snug warmth. To nurture a new hope within this barren, pitch-black world, the mother bear, throughout a long evolutionary epoch, surrendered her vast hunting domains and dialed her metabolism down to life's lowest spark, all to safeguard an ultimate maternal attachment. This is no tragedy of passive escape, but a silent epic of life written upon the frozen earth by a stoic solitary sentinel in the deep polar night, using a lifetime of forbearance, maternal love, and restraint. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, deep respiration beside the polar bear, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream gently enveloped by ice and snow, when the last sliver of faint autumn twilight vanishes entirely from the pale waters of the Arctic Ocean. The biting gale, laden with razor-sharp ice crystals, begins to rampage frantically across the boundless barrens. At this hour, When most living things attempt to migrate south out of dread for the bitter winter or collapse into despair, this pregnant polar bear mother, treading heavy yet resolute steps, walks toward a steep snow slope against the direction of the storm. To comprehend this anomaly of the polar bear, we must first confront its merciless physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of her life and the first rift of destiny she must cross alone. At this moment, a new life is quickening within her body, but during the exceptionally barren Arctic winter, the ice sheets freeze over, traditional hunting grounds turn volatile, and continuing to roam the open wastes means a colossal drain of energy. To protect the unformed fetus in her womb, the mother bear must find an absolute sanctuary for herself and her cub before the blizzard locks the earth down completely. Halting before a deep, leeward snow slope, she begins to scoop the hardened snow outward, stroke by stroke, with her broad, powerful forepaws lined with sharp pads. This is an immensely long and physically taxing ordeal. The blowing snow threatens to bury her freshly dug traces instantly, yet her movements display not a hint of haste. Each sweep of her paw is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. She digs downward along the slope to clear a long, inclined passage, and at its terminal end, carves out a circular snow chamber roughly 2 meters in diameter with a perfectly arched ceiling. The ingenious mastery of this chamber lies in its elevation, which sits slightly higher than the entrance of the passage. According to the physical principles of rising hot air, the core body heat and respiration she releases are locked beneath the dome, while the cold air sinks to the bottom of the passage. As she uses her final few strokes to backfill the entrance completely with packed snow, leaving only a microscopic vent to sustain breathing, she seals herself off with her own hands from that ferocious, frigid, and slaughter-filled outer world. Within this narrow universe forged from pure white snow, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. Yet, within this isolated ice cave haven, the price of life paid by the polar bear mother is an ordeal of physiological extremes unimagined by the outside world. While the world outside endures a months-long polar night of -50 degrees and the gale wrenches piercing shrieks from century-old ice, the mother bear inside the snow cave has slowly lain down, curling her massive frame into a gentle crescent. From this moment onward, through a long span of 4 to 5 months, she will taste neither food nor water, and even excretion will cease entirely. In examining this unique torpor of the polar bear, the scientific community discovered with shock that it differs fundamentally from ordinary temperate black bears. While common bears undergo a major plunge in body temperature during hibernation, a pregnant polar bear must maintain her temperature at a normal level of around 37 degrees Celsius to guarantee the healthy development of her cubs. This means that, without a single scrap of external energy replenishment, her body must function like a precise furnace operating at minimum output yet unable to extinguish its spark for a single second, relying entirely on burning the thick layers of fat hoarded during the summer. Through complex biochemical pathways, her internal fat is melted into a steady stream of heat, water, and vital proteins needed to sustain life, while metabolic wastes are 100% reabsorbed and reorganized in a wondrous loop through the cecum and kidneys, leaving behind not a trace of waste. This ultimate discipline over energy and precision management coaxes the mother bear's brain into a state akin to meditative serenity. Her heart rate slows, and her breathing becomes immensely long and steady. She has no need to ponder the fracturing of the ice sheet, plan tomorrow's hunt, or even comprehend when the dark will pass. She only needs to lie here silently, using her raw flesh as a shield against the frigid torrent outside the cave that is capable of annihilating all life. Amidst this intense solitude and numbness, she transforms scarcity into abundance and cold into security, anchoring an unbreakable fortress of maternal tenderness in the deepest recesses of the snow drifts. Around the winter solstice in December, when the polar night reaches its absolute depth and the darkness seems as though it will never lift, this silent snow den welcomes the most moving climax in the epic of life amidst a flurry of exceedingly faint cries, resembling the mewls of kittens. 2 frail polar bear cubs are born quietly into the boundless dark. They are so tiny and helpless that it is difficult to link them with the future apex predators of the ice fields, weighing hundreds of kilograms. A newborn cub is merely the size of an adult's palm, weighing a mere 500 grams or so. Their bodies are clad only in a sparse, near-translucent coat of faint down, their eyes shut tight, devoid of any capacity to ward off cold or care for themselves. If they were exposed outside the snow cave for even a single second at this time, the polar gale would instantly freeze these delicate lives into ice sculptures. In this most fragile juncture of life, the polar bear mother displays an inspiring delicacy and restraint. With immense slowness and profound gentleness, she shifts her colossal forelimbs, coaxing these two tiny lives softly into the depths of her embrace. Using her broad, warm, fat-laden abdomen and paws, she wraps the cubs completely, constructing the safest greenhouse in the world with her own body heat. Immediately following this, the alchemy sustained within the mother's frame for months hits its most sublime peak. In a state of tasting neither food nor drink, her mammary glands begin to steadily secrete precious, thick milk, resembling condensed milk, rich in over 40% fat content. This exceptionally high-calorie milk is the sole lifesaver for the cubs in the pitch black. They suckle greedily, every swallow transmuting into sustenance for the growth of bone and fur. Through the subsequent 2 months, the only melody within the snow cave is the rhythmic suckling of the cubs and the deep, raspy respiration of the mother. These two sounds intertwine and echo within the narrow chamber, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The mother uses her own flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the ice and snow that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this lineage of life, staking all survival chips entirely upon a snowbound sanctuary, must confront a brutal transformation of destiny the exact moment spring arrives without warning. When the tail end of February brings the first ray of long-awaited sunlight, casting a faint and hazy golden warmth against the dome of the cave, the mother bear knows the hour of departure has come. The two little polar bears, having grown carefree through 2 months, now weigh over 12 kilograms. Their bodies have grown a thick, snowy, and elastic insulating coat, and their eyes gleam with clarity and curiosity toward the unknown world. The mother bear rises to her feet, her joints, unextended for months, releasing heavy pops. Her internal fat reservoirs are completely spent, her weight slashed precisely by half. The entire bear appears gaunt and hollowed out, save for those eyes that remain serene and unyielding. Walking to the terminal wall of the snow den, she begins to dig upward forcefully with her claws. As the final blocks of snow collapse, a long-lost polar glare, like a razor-sharp silver broadsword, instantly pierces the half-year darkness, shooting straight into the depths of the cave. That flash of blinding light forces the mother and her 2 cubs, accustomed to the dark, to squint their eyes in pain simultaneously. And when they tread the soft snow, stepping out of the ice haven to stand once more upon the boundless polar barrens, the brutal veil of destiny is truly lifted. The world outside is no longer the landscape they left behind. Due to drastic global climate shifts, the once solid and level spring ice floes are fracturing and melting silently at a visible speed, morphing into a scattering of isolated islands drifting in the freezing sea. The mother must lead her 2 cubs, who have never seen the outer world, treading laboriously across this disintegrating hunting ground, searching for ringed seals that can provide the desperate fat they need. The cubs run and roll excitedly on the chilly snow, utterly unable to comprehend the profound anxiety and heaviness in their mother's gaze, oblivious that the home they depend on for survival is turning into an inescapable, eternal cage under the crush of modern civilization. Throughout the long and lonely polar migration, the polar bear mother relies precisely on that tenacity and vigil etched into the deepest core of her genes to guide her bloodline across the chasm of life and death time and again. People in the outside world frequently praise their majesty and strength as kings of the ice fields in documentaries, mistakenly believing them to be an invincible myth of nature. Yet, few witness their disheveled desperation when the ice floes fracture, using their raw flesh to block the biting seawater to protect their young. Still fewer comprehend their months-long, starving, voiceless vigil in the depths of the polar night. They lack the advanced intellect to reverse the course of global warming, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the squeeze of the era. Their sole armor is that ice haven woven from their own body heat and packed snow drifts. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Glaciers dissolve and seasons turn, while they merely follow the ancient contract quietly, igniting the lone glimmer upon the wastes with maternal love during every winter night when the cold wind howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. She uses her entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can construct an unextinguishable, warm nest for the ones you love in the deepest sanctuary of your heart. At midnight, the Arctic wilderness gradually reclaims its primal peace. That distant storm and the roars of fracturing ice flows long dissolved into the lengthy river of time. The brilliant green aurora, like a silken ribbon, flows tenderly across the deep night sky, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, frozen earth. The polar bear, having weathered the ordeal of the polar night, the nursing trial, and the spring migration, is perhaps treading off into another tranquil ice shadow now, slumbering peacefully alongside her cubs. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its winter slumber. Now, having listened to this chronicle of snow insulation, extreme fiscal austerity, and ash-abiding vigil, those mysteries have found their answers within the breeze of this long night. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these barons are merely those firm, gentle footprints that vanish with the blizzard yet reappear every single spring. Listening to the faint, rhythmic wind outside your window, a white noise like the long polar night across the barrens, and watching the final, faint, introverted glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its safe haven? Be like that creature beneath the ice and snow, cradling her young tightly in her embrace. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external storms alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the barons have hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this crisp fragrance, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious, clamorous East African savanna, rife with fleeting predation, the laws of survival are often equated with the peak of speed, the sharpness of fangs, and ceaseless, panicked flight. Yet, when the blistering dry season gales scatter the last shred of cloud, baking the boundless earth into cracked fissures, a certain creature uses the heaviest, slowest strides to mock the impetuousness of the secular world across a long expanse of time. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This male African elephant stands quietly upon an ancient, wind-eroded migration corridor hundreds of kilometers away from any water source, his colossal frame, weathered and laced with countless deep wrinkles, appearing boundlessly serene beneath the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their raw power and fury as the primary titans of land in fierce documentaries, but few truly understand that this seemingly indestructible being relies on thick layers of fat beneath his feet to silently harvest the faint seismic resonances of the earth from hundreds of kilometers away. This long journey of migration is an absolute certainty devoid of words or tearing bursts of wind, just like an ancient mountain range pushing slowly across the wastes, dissolving local restlessness and anxiety into the heavy vibrations of space and time. To survive upon this desolate continent hit by devastating droughts every few years, the African elephant made a series of astonishing, even poignant compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the physical freedom of a light and agile body, anchoring his entire existence to a primeval map drawn inside his mind by ancestors with blood and tears, using an almost obsessive, massive memory to counter nature's coldest winnowing. This is no family holiday packed with laughter and cheer, but a reclusive hermit meditating lonely on the vast, weaving a silent epic in the shifting dust through a lifetime of strides, endurance, and maternal vigils. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, heavy, and steady footsteps beside the African elephant, immersing yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in primeval infrasound. When the last glint of autumn moisture completely evaporates from the margins of the Serengeti, the boiling equatorial heatwaves, laden with parched grass debris, begin to unfold silently across the split red soil. At this hour, when most primates and herbivores fall into acute anxiety over a desperate lack of water and begin to crash blindly in all directions, the march of the African elephant herd commences in a state of absolute silence and composure. The matriarch, acting as the core of the herd, slowly turns her colossal body away from a dead acacia tree. Her ears, startlingly massive like twin ancient shields, give a soft flap before she presses her long trunk flush against the parched ground. To comprehend this aged giant's absolute certainty, we must first confront her strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all her wisdom and the first rift binding her destiny. A mature African elephant demands hundreds of kilograms of foliage and hundreds of liters of fresh water daily. This massive energetic expense policy means that during the dry season, when food and water are entirely severed, a single erroneous turn will plunge the entire family line into an inescapable abyss of death. Cruelly, an elephant's mass is too vast; they cannot sprint across kilometers in minutes like an antelope. Every single stride drains an incalculable payload of core energy, which dictates a life logic that strictly forbids any wasteful empty consumption. To take root in corners devoid of water sources, the African elephant thoroughly remodeled its foot anatomy across long evolution on a microphysical scale. If we slice open its foot, an awe-inspiring acoustic world reveals itself. Within its massive circular sole is wrapped a thick, soft, and hyperelastic padding of collagenous fat, densely packed with thousands of hypersensitive Pacinian corpuscles. These tiny nerve endings function like a fleet of miniature seismographs buried in raw flesh. When a faint thunderstorm crackles hundreds of kilometers away, or another herd stomps the earth with heavy strides, the resulting low-frequency infrasound traveling through the crust's rock strata triggers a minute vibration in the parched sand grains. This vibration is exceptionally faint, its frequency falling far below the limits human ears can register. Yet, when it filters through the thick padding of the elephant's soul, those Pacinian corpuscles perfectly capture, amplify, and guide it straight up the robust limb bones to her middle ear and brain. The elephant's brain, boasting an incredible volume, particularly its highly developed temporal lobes wired for memory and emotion, can instantly reconstruct this planetary tremor into a three-dimensional map containing direction, distance, and water table humidity. This ultimate low-frequency dialogue allows her core body heat and planetary tremors to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as she wanders the freezing long night, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics and acoustics. Her entire life is spent within this infrasound greenhouse, built by hand from ancestral memories and planetary tremors, demanding the utmost stability to execute that mortal lifeline etched into the deepest core of her ancient genes. However, the heaviest price the African elephant pays in its epic of life to maintain this ultimate slow stride and ancient listening lies hidden within its massive body's powerless rebellion against natural shifts. To safeguard that sensitive fat pad beneath the soles during long treks, the elephant's skin surface evolved countless crisscrossing cracks and wrinkles deep to several centimeters. These fissures trap mud and moisture securely, serving to dissipate heat and shield against the sun. Yet, this anatomy turns into a lethal, incomprehensible cage of destiny when facing the rapid expansion of modern human civilization. Under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, the once open, continuous barrens have been severed without mercy by straight, hard asphalt highways and soaring wire-fenced ranches. These modern structures thoroughly tear asunder the ancient contract between the African elephant and the earth. When the old matriarch guides her family line through the thirst and hunger-stricken midnight, relying on memories from 50 years ago to reach a generation past narrow mountain pass, what awaits them is a cold, harshly rusted boundary fence of a forbidden zone. Those sharp iron barbs glint coldly beneath the faint moonlight, though they might be physically breached by an elephant's massive bulk. The accompanying gunshots and conflicts with humans would force this ancient lineage to pay a bloody, tragic price. At this agonizing crossroads of a dilemma, the matriarch must maintain absolute restraint. She stands silently in the dark for hours, her ears flapping intensely as she attempts to map an untrodden alternative corridor inside her mind. This brutal deprivation of memory and overexhaustion of physiological limits stand as the deepest trauma elephants carry in the modern world. Their massive frames appear so helpless and desolate before the wire fences, every low moan rippling outward into circles of fate-laden sighs through the air. If the primeval map inside an elephant's mind is their invisible armor for crossing crises, then inside the dead end of an extreme drought, their 2-meter trunk, packed with tens of thousands of muscle units, stands as their secret weapon against the grim reaper in a desolate world. When the dry season grinds into its third month, the once spacious rivers have morphed completely into a parched, cracked sand bed of absolute silence. The air holds not a shred of vapor, and surrounding herbivores collapse dead in sheets from sheer exhaustion. In this most fragile milestone of life, the African elephant matriarch displays an inspiring delicacy and resolve, halting before a parched river channel that betrays not a single trace of water flow. Closing her eyes, she inserts her sensitive trunk deeply beneath the parched sand layers. Relying on a faint memory of escaping death here alongside her mother decades ago, she detects that thread of near-static underground undercurrent buried meters beneath the silt. Immediately following this, she commands the robust adult females of the herd, using their heavy, sharp forelimbs and tusks to dig into the parched sand bed, stroke by stroke, tusk by tusk. This is an intensely long and physically grueling ordeal. The loose sand continuously caves inward toward the center, and the kicked-up dust blurs their eyes, yet the herd's movements betray not a modicum of haste. Each sweep is exceptionally orderly and patient. As the digging plunges deeper, a circular sand well meters deep finally takes form in the center of the cracked riverbed. At the very bottom of that pit, the parched soil begins to moisten, and a sliver of pristine, freezing life-spring water finally oozes slowly from the sandy gaps. In that split second, cool vapor diffuses into the blistering air, yet the restraint displayed by the elephant family inspires reverence. The matriarch does not step up first to drink her fill, but stands silently beside the pit, using her massive bulk to shield against outer perils, permitting the infant calves and lactating mothers to lower their trunks first to suckle this precious nectar of life. Using her experience and endurance, the mother fashions an unextinguishable life sanctuary for her young beneath the dried ruins, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. The tenderest yet most heart-wrenching aspect of an elephant's existence is undoubtedly that deep, voiceless web of attachment within the elephant family that transcends life and death. When the herd suffers an insurmountable disaster during long migrations, or an aged companion collapses slowly beneath a silent acacia tree because her frame is spent with years and unable to keep up with that slow yet ceaseless pace, the echo of destiny for this being hits its most sublime zenith. They do not disperse with cold indifference upon a companion's demise as other wild beasts do. The herd slowly forms a majestic circle around the fallen comrade, their long trunks softly stroking her already freezing, stiff ears and tusks time and again. They keep vigil beside the carcass for days and nights, using their heavy sawls to kick surrounding dry grass and broken branches over her frame, as if conducting a silent earth funeral. Even many years later, when this herd passes this desolate ruin long reduced to bleached bones once more, the elephants halt their strides unerringly. They reach down with their trunks to lift a weathered, whitening bone softly, testing it gently against their mouths or passing it slowly between their broad sawls, their eyes gleaming with a sorrow and remembrance beyond verbal explanation. This reverence for death and blind defense of the past is a logic of destiny etched into the deepest core of an elephant's genes. They carry the most delicate emotions within the heaviest flesh, evolving into a living monument of memory across the torrent of time. In the blind corners of the wilderness constantly squeezed by human civilization, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures walking across the open wastes, their massive bulks coated in the red dust of long treks, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world, returning once more to the deep, vast barrens devoid of human clamor. The African elephant becomes an invisible sage wrapped between heaven and earth again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the planet. Upon the wide savanna, countless short-lived creatures cycle in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina and intellect for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the elephant's mountain steady, colossal silhouette shifts past the tips of the wild grass, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his pinny. With ultimate slowness, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of twisting years. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry trumpet, but rather a near-sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely paces his own strides quietly, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of past memories, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The East African savanna of the deep night welcomes another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past parched acacia leaves and wild grass, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched beneath the boundless starry sky, the African elephant slightly adjusts the angle of his ears, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive infrasonic listening and his acoustic riddles within the freezing wilderness. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid plain. He has left the world no deafening clamor, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace of heavy yet gentle footprints gliding beneath the moonlight. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the microears and footpad fats, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the primeval memories and slow strides has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the fierce and unforgiving rainforest, the laws of survival are usually dictated by speed, power, and endless running. However, there is a creature that does quite the opposite. With an almost eternal stillness, it has thrived for millions of years high up in the peril-ridden jungle. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This seemingly sluggish sloth hangs quietly from an ancient branch of the canopy, 40 meters above the ground. Its every breath is so faint that even the sharpest predators passing by would mistake it for nothing more than a gnarl on the tree bark. The scientific community once viewed this creature with bewilderment and mockery, even naming it after sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins. Yet, few truly understand that this being, branded with the name of laziness, is actually a reclusive philosopher that utilizes energy to the absolute limit. Along its long evolutionary path, it surrendered the right to run, but in exchange, it gained a timeless survival wisdom that endures nature's harshest winnowing. This is no tragedy of passive retreat, but a hymn of life softly sung across the river of time with extreme restraint, tenderness, and endurance. Now, please let your breath settle down slowly and quietly with the midnight rain of the forest, and listen to this miracle of stillness from the high green screen. As the morning light parts the heavy mists over the Amazon and sunbeams sprinkle bit by bit onto the damp leaves, the entire forest begins to awaken. Countless creatures are crying out, hunting, and frantically expending their energy for mere scraps of survival. Yet, the sloth's day begins in absolute silence. It slowly opens its eyes, which bear a natural dark hue and seem forever touched by weariness and gentleness. There is no trace of anxiety in its gaze, nor any dread of the unknown. For the sloth, moving just a single step requires several minutes of planning and execution. Every motion looks like a close-up shot slowed down 1,000 times in a movie. To understand this slowness, we must first uncover its astonishing, instrument-like physiological ledger. In the world of warm-blooded animals, maintaining body temperature is an expensive energetic expense, but the sloth chooses a policy of extreme fiscal austerity. Its basal metabolic rate is incredibly low, only 1/3 to 1/2 that of mammals of similar size, which means it consumes a pitifully small amount of calories each day. To see this low energy consumption through to the end, the sloth has even abandoned the mammalian instinct to shiver for heat generation when cold. When the early morning rainforest is chilly, it moves like a cold-blooded reptile, slowly shifting to a branch hit by direct sunlight, raising its body temperature through sunbathing. Its body is like a precise solar collector, unhurried, perfectly attuned to the gifts and rhythms of nature, making no futile struggles. Under this extreme restraint, time seems to lose its sharp edge upon its body, turning into a river that flows so slowly it almost grinds to a peaceful halt. If we turn our gaze to the internal world of the sloth, we find that its digestive system is likewise a long and lonely spiritual practice. Within its small frame lies an enormous, multi-chambered stomach that accounts for roughly 1/3 of its entire body weight. This stomach is packed with its sole source of sustenance, the coarse-fibered, toxin-laced, and nutritionally destitute leaves from the high rainforest. To convert these tough leaves, shunned even by insects, into energy, billions of specialized microbes reside in the sloth's stomach, silently carrying out a slow fermentation in the dark. This is by no means an overnight process. A single green leaf it swallows often undergoes a journey spanning a month or even a month and a half before being completely digested and absorbed. Throughout this lengthy digestive cycle, its stomach is always heavy, preventing it from leaping and darting gracefully through the canopy like a monkey. It must restrain its appetite and endure the heaviness brought by food that lingers for so long, living each day like a silent, burdened march. Yet, it is precisely this miracle of digestion, where speed is brought to zero, that allows the sloth to carve out an absolute sanctuary of its own in the bloodless food competition of the rainforest. It does not compete with powerful primates for sweet fruits, nor with fierce birds for tender insects. It merely chews on bitter leaves that nobody else wants. In this unapplauded journey of discipline, it transforms scarcity into abundance and heaviness into stability, constructing a haven far from the madding crowd in the deepest recesses of the canopy. If a low metabolism and slow digestion are the cornerstones of the sloth's survival, then its unique muscular and skeletal structure is an anatomical miracle hanging high in the sky of fate. When a human adult attempts to hang from a pull-up bar, within a few minutes, the arm muscles throb with intense soreness and weakness due to lactic acid buildup. Yet, a sloth can hang upside down, back to the earth, tens of meters above the ground for days and nights on end, never letting go even in its sleep. The secret lies in its seemingly frail arms, which possess a highly specialized tendon mechanism that locks its limbs firmly onto the branches. When its flexor tendons are pulled downward by the body's gravity, they automatically close and lock, meaning it does not need to expend any active muscular force to maintain its suspension. For the sloth, gripping a branch is not an action requiring forceful resistance, it is a naturally occurring, most relaxing state of rest under the influence of gravity. Even in rare instances when an individual reaches the end of its life and its heart stops beating, it will still maintain its living posture, tightly clasped to the treetop. Not until the wind and rain completely weather its bones will it softly and silently plummet from the canopy it loved all its life into the embrace of the earth on a quiet night. Aside from this ingenious locking mechanism, the white muscle fibers responsible for explosive power and rapid movement have almost completely degenerated in the sloth, replaced by red muscles engineered for endurance. These muscles cannot provide a swift pounce or an explosive escape, but they endow the sloth with a tireless, static power to weather the passage of time on the windswept canopy. Its life is spent gathering all its strength inward, quietly welcoming the sunrise and sunset of the rainforest in a posture akin to a living sculpture. Yet, behind this nearly perfect philosophy of stillness lies a cruel and inescapable riddle of destiny, which marks the most perilous moments of a sloth's life. Although they spend over 90% of their time in the safety of the canopy, about once a week, they must make a decision that defies all survival instincts. In the quiet dawn or dusk of the rainforest, they climb down the thick, mottled trunks, step by agonizingly slow step, descending to the death-threatened ground just to defecate. Because the forest floor is soft and riddled with unseen dangers, and because the sloth's hind limbs have long adapted to hanging, it cannot walk upright on the ground. Once on the floor, the sloth can only drag itself forward using the sharp claws of its forelimbs to grip grass roots, moving through the mud and leaf litter like a severely wounded soldier. At this stage, any jaguar, margay lurking in the undergrowth, or giant anaconda in the grass could easily claim its life. According to long-term observations and statistics by biologists, more than half of all sloths meet their demise during these brief tens of minutes when they leave the canopy and venture onto the ground. People often wonder why a creature so exquisitely evolved never learned to relieve itself directly from the treetops, choosing instead to risk its life coming down. The answer to this riddle is finally revealed in the marvelous, mutualistic symbiotic universe built by countless microscopic lives upon the sloth itself. When the sloth defecates with great difficulty on the ground, the specialized moths living in its thick fur, sloth moths, take the opportunity to lay their eggs in the fresh dung. When the next generation of moths hatches and matures, they fly back up to the canopy to find a sloth, which serves as their lifelong habitat and breeding ground. As these moths die and decompose within the sloth's fur, the nutrients released happen to nourish a unique green alga that grows wildly in the hair. This alga not only paints the sloth with a perfect, dark green camouflage during the rainy season, blending it seamlessly into its surroundings, but also serves as a precious micronutritional supplement when food is scarce. To nurture this community of tiny lives and maintain that life-saving green coat, the sloth willingly braves mortal peril, fulfilling an ancient contract with the earth once every week. This journey into danger is no longer a symbol of stupidity, but a bond of destiny deeply intertwined with the entire ecosystem, transcending individual life and death. Returning once more to the high canopy, the sloth becomes an invisible sage wrapped in greenery, quietly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the rainforest. In the sky above, the harpy eagle, the most terrifying aerial apex predator of the jungle, circles with a massive wingspan and razor-sharp talons capable of easily crushing a monkey's skull. The harpy eagle possesses immaculate eyesight. Any figure darting frantically through the canopy is locked into its gaze in a split second, inviting a lethal dive. Yet, when the eagle's cold, piercing eyes sweep across the branch where the sloth hangs, it almost always overlooks it entirely, never pausing for a second. In the visual logic of a predator, motion signifies life and food, whereas pure stillness blended with environmental colors equates to nothing more than worthless dead wood or stone. With its ultimate slowness, the sloth weaves a perfect blind spot right under the predator's nose, successfully deceiving the top hunters. Faced with mortal danger, it displays no violent resistance, but rather an almost meditative forbearance, dissolving itself entirely into the surrounding world. Over the long ages, it has seen too many creatures perish from a moment of impulse, and too many strong beasts exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. It merely stays in place, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting the seasons turn, silently hoarding every faint ounce of energy to endure in the deepest silence. This slowness may look like weakness and incompetence in the eyes of the secular world, but within the dimension of time, it is an unrivaled, wisdom-filled defense mechanism of the highest order. The midnight rainforest welcomes another delicate, lingering downpour. Fine raindrops patter against banana leaves, generating a rustic, soothing white noise. Hanging from that ancient high trunk, the sloth slightly adjusts the angle of its body, letting the warm rain wash through its thick, algae-covered coat. In the prologue, we marveled at its counterintuitive stillness and its seemingly perilous riddles of fate. Now, all those mysteries have found their home in this peaceful rain. It has left the world no thrilling hunting legends, nor glorious records of conquering territories. What it leaves behind is simply a living, breathing, fluid microforest. Upon its body, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the foliage without leaving a trace. It uses its entire life to prove to us that in this universe filled with anxiety, competition, and clamor, slowing down is actually an extremely decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rain gathering outside your window and watching the dying embers of the hearth pulsing faintly in the dark, can you feel that profound serenity drifting down from the high canopy? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks, nor worry about tomorrow's unknowns. Like that sloth suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not try to remember. The night is far spent, and the tale of the rainforest has come to an end. May you carry this ultimate tenderness and tranquility. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the restless, ever-surging torrents of rivers, the laws of survival are often accompanied by ruthless predation and merciless exit. Yet, atop the freezing waters, a certain creature composes a miracle of life-resisting nature in the most gentle, defenseless posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This otter quietly floats belly up in the icy currents, its paws tightly clasping those of its companion, peacefully closing its eyes amidst the rhythmically rippling waves. The outside world is accustomed to praising the cuteness of their sleeping hand in romantic fairy tales, but few truly understand that this seemingly carefree being is actually suspended on the brink of life and death. The rivers they inhabit are not only bone-chillingly cold, but also harbor countless deadly whirlpools and rapids that can wash them away, drown them, or rip them apart in an instant. To survive on a rootless water surface, the otter has made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary choices over countless ages. It surrendered the right to build a stable nest on dry land and entrusted its entire existence to the drifting waters, using an almost obsessive attachment to counter the cruelty of nature. This is no relaxing vacation, but a reclusive hermit drifting lonely in a river cradle, using a lifetime of trust and restraint to build an invisible sanctuary in a fluid world. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic churning of the waves beside the otter, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream gently enveloped by the current. As the morning river mist slowly disperses over the greening waters and icy river currents lap against moss-covered reefs, the entire river gradually awakens from absolute silence. At this moment, when most land animals begin to run and forage through the woods, the otter's day commences in extreme cold and alertness. It slowly rolls its body over from the placid water surface, its shiny black eyes, resembling wet obsidian, betraying a vigilance it can never discard for life. To understand this vigilance, we must first uncover its strict, almost cruel physiological ledger, which is the root of all its behaviors. Unlike other mammals living in frigid waters, the otter possesses no thick layer of subcutaneous blubber to insulate against the biting cold. This means that once the freezing water makes direct contact with its skin, its internal body heat drains completely within a few short minutes, triggering a fatal hypothermia. To battle extreme cold without the protection of fat, the otter has taken an extreme path of refinement through long evolution. It has developed the densest fur in the animal kingdom. On a single square centimeter of skin grow over 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands of delicate underfur hairs. This coat is divided into two layers. The outer guard hairs are coarse and waterproof, while the inner underfur is tightly intertwined, forming an airtight line of defense. As the otter swims, this thick coat traps a layer of microscopic air bubbles, creating a natural, aquatic greenhouse. However, maintaining this greenhouse comes at an exorbitant cost, requiring the otter to spend immense amounts of time daily grooming and cleaning its fur, as no dirt can be allowed to compromise the waterproof structure. Its entire life is like dancing on an invisible line between life and death, requiring absolute diligence to patch a life jacket coat that could leak at any moment. If we turn our attention to the otter's daily hunting, we find its life closely pursued by a hunger monster disguised as a hypermetabolic rate. Lacking fat insulation, the otter consumes energy at an unimaginable speed to maintain its body temperature. Its basal metabolic rate is over twice that of terrestrial mammals of similar size. This near-mad, high-energy consumption policy means it must ingest a quarter or even a third of its own body weight in food every single day just to barely balance survival. Consequently, the otter enjoys not a moment of peace during the day. It must constantly shuttle through the freezing depths, hunting for high-calorie prey like fish and crustaceans. Every single dive into deep waters is a life-skimming gamble, for the underwater pressure and plunging temperatures sap its remaining heat exponentially. When it finally catches a crab and surfaces, lying back on the water to crunch through the shell with its sharp teeth, its mind is gripped by immense dread of running out of fuel. It is no greedy predator, it is merely a river monk pushed to the brink by an astronomical fuel consumption rate, forced to stoke the body's furnace without a second's pause. In this ceaseless hustle, the otter's flesh and nerves remain tightly strung, leaving no spare energy to build complex social relationships. It conceals all its loneliness beneath its damp fur, turning every breath into a grueling rebellion against starvation, calculating the loss and gain of every single calorie alone in the turbulent currents. Yet, when night fully descends and the starry sky shatters into silver ripples upon the undulating water, the otter finally welcomes the tenderest, most fragile moment of salvation in its life. After a grueling day of hunting and grooming, the exhausted body must sleep, but atop a flowing river, slumber is an adventure fraught with unknowns. If it allows its body to drift freely, the rushing currents would sweep the defenseless creature downstream within hours, smash it against jagged rocks, or deliver it straight into the territory of nocturnal predators. At this fateful midnight juncture, the otter displays the most moving fluid philosophy and survival wit in the natural world. Sometimes, they seek out a massive kelp forest growing in the shallows, wrapping their long tails and bodies around the heavy frills to anchor themselves using the earth's roots. More often, however, in open rivers devoid of vegetation, two or more otters will slowly gather together, floating belly up side by side like a fleet of tiny boats. Then, they reach out their forepaws, searching for each other in mid-air, locking them tightly, unyieldingly together into a life alliance that never parts on the water. This hand-holding is not for play in the dark, it is the ultimate expression of trust, and trusting their lives to one another amidst flowing despair. They close their eyes to the rhythmic swaying of the waves, letting the cold river glide beneath them, those tightly locked paws becoming the only solid anchor they can touch in this rootless universe. In that moment, the river becomes a gentle cradle, the rhythmic sloshing hums a midnight lullaby, dissolving all the anxieties accumulated from a long day of hunger and cold. The river of an otter's destiny is not always smooth sailing, the most agonizing moments usually strike in the dead of night when a storm descends without warning. When flash floods unleash, the once gentle waves morph into roaring black walls of water within minutes, and the entire river violently trembles and tears apart. Awakened abruptly from its slumber, the otter must instantly endure a gargantuan, tearing pull from the depths of the torrent, a force bent on ruthlessly ripping apart interconnected lives. For an otter mother with a pup, this storm is a brutal trial determining the continuation of her bloodline. A newborn otter pup boasts fur with immense buoyancy, enabling it to bob on the surface like a cork, but its feeble limbs are utterly useless at navigating a torrent. The mother must lie back in the crashing billows, using her own body as a raft, allowing her baby to cling tightly to her belly while she locks her arms around it. In perilous moments when giant waves submerge them time and again, the mother must suppress her instinct to dive and escape, using her raw flesh to absorb the direct impact of the crests. The freezing water voraciously drains her body heat, and her hypermetabolism, starved of food replenishment, causes her muscles to throb with intense pain and tremors. Sometimes, the merciless torrent violently tears away their final embrace, sweeping the helpless pup into a dark vortex, leaving the mother with a scream instantly shredded by the gale and rain. This cruel deprivation of attachment is the deepest trauma the river inflicts upon the otter, the price of fate they must silently shoulder while enjoying the warmth of drifting. Through countless such baptisms of torrents across long evolutionary epochs, the otter has etched that attachment to its companion deep into its marrow and genes. Outsiders frequently misunderstand them, viewing these creatures, comical on land yet hyperagile in water, as animals that know only how to play and frolic. Yet, few witness their frantic anxiety as they scan for a companion sent with wet noses after a storm, or the slightly trembling relief when they reclasp each other's paws. They lack the supreme intellect of primates to alter nature, nor do they possess the razor claws of apex beasts to rule domains. Their sole weapon is that restraint and trust that refuses to let go in a fluid world. Under this extreme concentration, time seems to lose its sharp edge upon them, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Rivers shift and seasons turn, while they merely cradle quietly in their aquatic birth, weathering every peril-fraught midnight in the gentlest of postures. This slowness, this unreserved surrender to one another, might seem trivial to utilitarians, but within the vast epic of nature, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. They use their entire existence to prove to this cold, shifting world that warmth does not necessarily spring from solid ground. Sometimes, it emanates solely from that small, firm grasp in the dark. At midnight, the river gradually reclaims its primal peace, that distant flash flood and storm long dissolved into the lengthy river of time. The fine river mist regathers like a shroud of soft tulle, tenderly draping over the tranquil surface, sealing off all the noise and clamor of the outer world. The otter, having braved countless daytime hunts and midnight gales, now floats smoothly belly up once more in the center of the cool waters. In the prologue, we attempted to unravel the mystery behind their sleeping hand in hand. Now, having listened to this chronicle of fur greenhouses, extreme energy consumption, and life and death separations, those riddles have found their answers in the rhythmic lapping of the waves. It has left no grand dens upon the solid earth, nor carved markers of dominion across the woods. What it leaves to this river are merely those gentle ripples expanding beneath the moonlight with its every breath. Listening to the faint, rhythmic rise and fall of the waves outside your window, a white noise like a river cradle, and watching the final, faint, introverted glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its safe haven? Be like that creature beneath the starry sky, surrendering its paw to its companion. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no torrents alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body drift slowly with the softness of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that peaceful, profound pool of dreams. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the river has hushed into silence. May you carry this hand-holding chemistry across thousands of years, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the ferocious and unforgiving depths of the vast ocean, the laws of survival are often equated with ceaseless swimming, brutal tearing, and a blind chase after light. Yet, when one journeys past the limits that sunlight can reach and arrives at the deep-sea seal of the 10,000-meter mud bed, an abyss of near absolute zero and dense, twilight high pressure, a certain creature makes the most counterintuitive choice, actively treading toward the most desolate, lonely sanctuary of silence. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into her true life. This female giant octopus crouches quietly inside a dim, rocky reef dead end formed by a thick mud bed, thousands of meters beneath the surface, peacefully closing her eyes amidst the muffled roars of deep-sea tides insulated by water pressure. The outside world is accustomed to gazing upon their power and stealth as masters of camouflage among shallow-water coral reefs, but few truly understand that this seemingly omnipotent being is placing herself in a years-long ordeal of life and death, tasting neither food nor water. The deep-sea haven she has carved out faces an abyssal hell of near-absolute zero outside, cold enough to shatter bones in an instant, yet inside, relying solely on her rise and fall of breath, she preserves a miraculous temperature hovering close to the spark of life. To nurture a new hope within this barren, pitch-black world, the maternal body, throughout a long evolutionary epoch, surrendered her vast hunting grounds and dialed her metabolism down to life's lowest spark, all to safeguard an ultimate maternal attachment. This is no tragedy of passive escape, but a serene epic of life written upon the fluid mud bed by a stoic solitary sentinel in the deep ocean wastes, using a lifetime of forbearance, maternal love, and restraint. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, low murmur of currents beside the giant octopus, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream gently enveloped by 10,000 meters of crushing pressure. When the last glint of faint deep-sea light vanishes entirely from the desolate mud bed, the freezing currents, laden with fine sediment, begin to rampage silently across the boundless abyss. At this hour, when most shallow-water creatures attempt to shrink back into reefs out of dread for the dark or collapse into desperate sleep, the giant octopus's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. She slowly shifts her massive frame from the ancient shadows of the abandoned reef. Within those large, gentle black eyes unique to the deep ocean, there is a concentration she can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first confront her strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the turning point of her life and the first rift of destiny she must cross alone. At this moment, thousands of fragile eggs are quickening within her body, but upon the exceptionally barren mud of the deep floor, traditional hunting turns immensely difficult and volatile, and continuing to roam the open currents means a colossal drain of energy. To protect the unhatched crystals beneath her, the maternal body must find an absolute sanctuary for herself and her brood before her energy is spent completely. Halting before a deep, leeward reef, she begins to clear the surrounding silt outward, stroke by stroke, with her thick, powerful arms lined with countless suckers. This is an immensely long and physically taxing ordeal. The shifting currents threaten to bury her freshly cleared traces instantly, yet her movements display not a hint of haste. Each sweep of her arms is deliberate, filled with anatomical precision. She clears out a circular hollow downward along the rock, and at its terminal end, settles her massive flesh, carving out a perfect cloistered den. The ingenious mastery of this den lies in its elevation, which skillfully blocks the rushing cold currents outside, the faint body heat and respiratory water circulation she releases are locked beneath the canopy of her arms, while the cold water is kept isolated outside. As she uses her final few arms to fashion a defensive line from surrounding rubble, leaving only a microscopic crevice to sustain breathing, she seals herself off with her own hands from that ferocious, frigid, and slaughter-filled outer world. Within this narrow universe forged from dim mud, time seems to instantly lose all its sharp edges, transforming into a tranquil river flowing so slowly it almost grinds to a complete halt. Yet, within this isolated deep-sea haven, the price of life paid by the giant octopus mother is an ordeal of physiological extremes unimaged by the outside world. While the world outside endures the endless night of the 10,000-meter sea floor and the crushing pressure wrenches muffled groans from the surrounding water, the maternal body inside the mud bed has slowly settled down, curling her massive frame into a gentle protective shield. From this moment onward, through a long span of years or even thousands of days, she will taste no food, log no data of drinking water to replenish heat, and even superfluous swimming will cease entirely. In examining this unique brooding state of the giant octopus, the scientific community discovered with shock that it differs fundamentally from ordinary shallow-water octopuses. While common octopuses undergo a hatching period of just a few short months, the exceptionally low deep-sea temperatures slow cellular division to a crawl, forcing these eggs to span several years to hatch. This means that, without a single scrap of external energy replenishment, her body must function like a precise furnace operating at minimum output yet unable to extinguish its spark for a single second, relying entirely on burning the thick body tissues hoarded during her mature years. Through complex biochemical pathways, her internal cells are melted into a steady stream of heat, water, and vital kinetic energy needed to sustain respiration, while metabolic wastes are reabsorbed and reorganized in a wondrous loop within her flesh, leaving behind not a trace of waste. Entering accounts into the ledger, this ultimate discipline over energy and precision management coaxes the mother's brain into a state akin to meditative serenity. Her heart rate slows, and the beating of her 3 hearts becomes immensely long and steady. She has no need to ponder the shifting of currents, as nature outlines no plans to alter hunting routines, nor does she need to comprehend when the dark will pass. She only needs to lie here silently, using her raw flesh as a shield against the freezing torrent outside the den that is capable of annihilating all life. Amidst this intense solitude and numbness, she transforms scarcity into abundance and cold into security, anchoring an unbreakable fortress of maternal tenderness in the deepest recesses of the mud bed, right within the quiet span where the deep sea is at its heaviest and darkness seems as though it will never lift. This sealed rocky den welcomes the most moving climax in the epic of life amidst a flurry of exceedingly faint vibrations, resembling the stirring of fluid particles. Thousands of frail giant octopus hatchlings are born quietly into the boundless dark. They are so tiny and helpless that it is difficult to link them with the future behemoths of the deep wastes, possessing arms spanning several meters. A newborn hatchling is merely the size of a human fingernail. Their semi-translucent bodies glimmer within the faint bioluminescence, devoid of any capacity to ward off foes or care for themselves. If they were exposed outside the den for even a single second at this time, the icy currents would instantly sweep these delicate lives into the bottomless abyss, turning them into shards of seabed sediment. In this most fragile juncture of life, the giant octopus mother displays an inspiring delicacy and restraint. With immense slowness and profound gentleness, she shifts her colossal arms, coaxing these tiny lives softly into the deep sanctuary of her embrace with her suckers. Using her broad, warm, mucus-laden flesh filled with her final sparks of life, she wraps the eggs and larvae completely, constructing the safest fluid greenhouse in the world with her own respiratory water currents. Immediately following this, the alchemy sustained within her frame for years hits its most sublime peak. In a state of tasting neither food nor drink, her body tissues have withered to the translucent limit, yet her arms still instinctively sway in alternation, gently fanning silt away from the eggs and bringing fresh oxygen. This exceptionally pure respiratory current is the sole lifesaver for the little ones in the pitch black. They absorb it greedily, every quiver transmuting into sustenance for the growth of soft tissue and nerves. Through the subsequent months, the only melody within the narrow den is the rhythmic pulsing of the young and the deep, raspy respiration of the mother's siphon. These two sounds intertwine and echo within the small hollow, softening into a perfect midnight lullaby. The mother uses her own flesh and life as fuel, igniting a torch beneath the 10,000-meter mud bed that never goes out, passing this survival code down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this lineage of life, staking all survival chips entirely upon a deep-sea sanctuary, must confront a brutal transformation of destiny the exact moment the young mature without warning. When the final cycle brings the first glimmer of light from an unknown bioluminescence, filtering faint blue-green rays through the edge of the den and casting a hazy, soft warmth across the mother's skin, she knows the hour of departure has come. The schools of giant octopus young now possess the capacity to drift and forage independently in the deep, their semi-translucent bodies gleam with clarity and curiosity toward the unknown world. The mother rises, her muscular tissues, unextended for years, releasing a hollow, tearing sensation. Her internal fat and energy stores are completely spent, her weight slashed precisely by 2/3. The entire octopus appears gaunt, pale, and powerless, save for those eyes that remain serene and unyielding. Uncoiling the arms blocking the opening, she pushes the water outward forcefully one last time. As the final obstructing stones roll away, the long-lost deep-sea free fluid, like a razor-sharp silver broadsword, instantly pierces the years-long confinement, shooting straight into the depths of the den. That flash of movement forces the mother and her young, accustomed to stillness, to feel the pull of fate simultaneously. And when the young glide out of the fluid greenhouse along the gentle water ripples to stand once more upon the boundless deep wastes, the brutal veil of destiny is truly lifted. The world outside is no longer the landscape of their birth, due to periodic hydrothermal vent eruptions and the phantom diving of modern commercial fishing machinery. The once silent, level mud bed is enduring an unseen disruption, morphing into a scattering of volatile, unknown territories. The young puff water and glide excitedly through the chilly current, utterly unable to comprehend the profound farewell and heaviness in their mother's gaze, oblivious that she has hand-stepped toward her own life's end to secure this moment. After the young vanish completely into the terminal end of the bottomless abyss, this focal giant octopus, having burned through her final sparks of life, lies quietly upon the hollowed-out mud bed she guarded for years. Her skin begins to grow as fragile and pale as parchment, even dissolving and weathering silently under the gentle stroking of the currents, dissolving into that ancient sand. People in the outside world frequently praise their cunning and versatility as high-intelligence beings in shallow water exploration, mistakenly believing them to be cold-blooded ocean anomalies. Yet, few witness their disheveled desperation beneath a 10,000-meter chasm, using their raw flesh to block absolute zero to protect their young. Still fewer comprehend their years-long, flesh-consuming, voiceless vigil in the deep night wastes. They lack advanced language to recount this trial to the world, nor do they possess extra weapons to battle the decay of life. Their sole armor is that icy haven woven from their own arms and rocky reefs. Under this extreme concentration upon lineage and restraint, time seems to lose its past sharp edge upon their bodies, no longer a monster hounding life to sprint forward. Currents shift and eras turn, while they merely follow the ancient contract quietly, igniting the lone glimmer upon the abyss with maternal love during every deep-sea night when high pressure howls. This blind vigil, this unreserved surrender to life, may appear poignant under the brutal laws of natural selection, but within the vast epic of the universe, it commands an unrivaled dignity of life. She uses her entire existence to prove to this cold, volatile world that true security is never dictated by how ferocious the external storm rages, but by whether you can construct an unextinguishable, warm nest for the ones you love in the deepest sanctuary of your heart. At midnight, the 10,000-meter mud bed gradually reclaims its primal peace, that roar of new lives hatching and an old life dissolving long vanished into the lengthy river of time. The gorgeous, hazy deep-sea bioluminescence, like a silken ribbon, flows tenderly through the deep water columns, sprinkling a faint, soothing glimmer upon the boundless, silent floor. The giant octopus, having weathered the 1,000-day ordeal, the hatching trial, and the final farewell, has now fully transformed into a part of this mud bed, her flesh nourishing fresh microscopic life, her spirit slumbering peacefully in the ethereal currents. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the riddle of destiny behind its abyssal stillness. Now, having listened to this chronicle of high-pressure insulation, flesh autolysis, and silent vigil, those mysteries have found their answers within the white noise of the tides. It has left no eternal structures upon the earth, nor carved brilliant triumphs into history. What it leaves to these wastes are merely those gentle echoes of life expanding beneath the currents, vanishing yet reappearing every single reproductive cycle. Listening to the faint wind outside your window, a white noise like the long night currents across the polar abyss, and watching the final, faint, introverted glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its safe haven? Be like that creature beneath the freezing water, cradling her young tightly in her embrace. On this night that requires nothing of your wakefulness, requiring you to battle no external high pressure alone, gently lay down all thoughts of gains, losses, anxieties, and tomorrows. Let your body settle slowly with the warmth of your bed, and let your mind dissolve completely into that pool of dreams, devoid of cold, containing only absolute sanctuary. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the abyss has hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this art of solitude across thousands of years. Rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. In the grand, sweeping epic of natural evolution, speed, power, and sharp instincts are often revered as the iron laws of survival. Yet, on the ancient and lonely continent of Australia, a certain creature chose a completely opposite path. With its near-eternal stillness and 20 hours of daily slumber, it mocks the clamor of the secular world. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This koala quietly clasps a weathered eucalyptus branch with both arms, peacefully closing its eyes in the gentle breeze laced with the crisp scent of eucalyptus. The outside world is used to defining it as cute, sluggish, or even foolish. Few know that the minty fragrant green forest it calls home is actually a biological wasteland filled with deadly toxins and barren fibers. To survive in this labyrinth of poison that deters most mammals, the koala has made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises over countless ages. It surrendered a highly developed brain, gave up the freedom to run, and dimmed its fire of life to the faintest spark, all to watch over a sanctuary of its own in a corner that does not belong to the strong. This is no tragedy of passive retreat, but a silent hymn of survival, sacrifice, and destiny written through a lifetime of restraint and numbness by a reclusive philosopher deep within the green canopy. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rustling of the leaves beside the koala, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream enveloped by the aroma of eucalyptus. As the first morning light of the southern hemisphere pierces through the dense branches of the eucalyptus grove, casting mottled golden shadows upon the dry earth, the entire forest becomes shrouded in a faint mist smelling of herbal medicine. While most living things begin their daily hustle, hunting, foraging, and calling out, the koala's day proceeds with its own rhythm in near sculptural immobility. It slowly shifts its plump body, its large, gentle ears lined with thick grayish-white fur twitching slightly, before burying its head between its legs once more. To understand this unhurried grace, we must first confront its strict, almost cruel physiological ledger. This ledger is the starting point of its life and the invisible shackle binding its destiny. The koala's sole source of food is the eucalyptus leaf, widely distributed across the Australian continent. These leaves are not only as tough and leathery as hide, but also packed with tannins and phenolic compounds that could easily poison other mammals to death. Worse still, the calories these leaves provide are pitifully meager. For any warm-blooded animal requiring high-intensity activity, eating eucalyptus leaves is akin to slow suicide on the brink of starvation. To take root in this toxic paradise, devoid of competitors, the koala evolved an unbelievable system of energetic austerity. Its basal metabolic rate is incredibly low, only about 50% of an ordinary mammal's, meaning its internal fire of life merely flickers weakly, incapable of supporting any intense expenditure. It abandoned the instinct to shiver for warmth and gave up active control over its body temperature. On chilly nights, it curls tightly into a furry ball to minimize heat loss. During scorching afternoons, it seeks out a cooler tree trunk, pressing its soft belly flush against it to dissipate internal heat through physical conduction. Its every heartbeat and every breath resemble an old clock intentionally wound down to a crawl, leisurely and deliberate, fully entrusting itself to the natural cadence of the forest. However, the heaviest price the koala paid in evolutionary history to maintain this ultra-low consumption lifestyle lies hidden inside its large, round cranium. In studying the koala's anatomy, biologists discovered a brutal secret: the koala's brain is exceptionally bizarre among mammals. Not only is it remarkably tiny, but it doesn't even fill the cranial cavity, floating like a shriveled walnut inside a skull awash with cerebrospinal fluid. Even more unusual is its remarkably smooth cerebral cortex, completely lacking the gyri and sulci, the folds and wrinkles, that ordinary mammals evolved to enhance cognitive capacity. From a biological standpoint, the brain is an incredibly expensive organ. Though it accounts for a tiny fraction of body weight, it drains over 20% of the body's total energy. Faced with barren and toxic eucalyptus leaves, the koala made a fiercely resolute choice over long ages of survival. To save energy, it actively shrank its own brain. The cost of this decision is clear: it stripped the koala of complex logical reasoning and the ability to react swiftly to sudden dangers. A famous experiment has left countless people sighing with pity. If plucked eucalyptus leaves are placed on a flat plate and offered to a koala, it fails to recognize them as food entirely. Deprived of the specific context of plucking from a branch, it will choose to starve to death right in front of the food. This sluggishness, appearing almost absurd to humans, is precisely the tragic destiny of trading intelligence for life. It has no need to contemplate the starry sky, plan for the future, or even comprehend the world before it. It only needs to remember a familiar scent and the tree fork supporting its weight. Faced with nature's coldest sorting, it bartered away intellect to secure millions of years of peaceful bodily reproduction in this toxic forest, a form of existential desolation hard to put into words. If the degeneration within the skull is the koala's silent compromise, then the specialized 2-meter-long cecum in its abdominal cavity is its secret battlefield against toxins in a quiet world. Every single eucalyptus leaf the koala consumes undergoes an agonizingly long journey of detoxification and digestion, much like an internal alchemy. Inside its disproportionately large cecum live billions of unique microbes. These tiny organisms work silently in the dark, breaking down tough fibers and dismantling or neutralizing deadly chemical toxins one by one. This process demands a colossal amount of stamina and time, which explains why the koala must immediately plunge into a deep sleep lasting several or even over a dozen hours after a modest meal of leaves. Its slumber is not born of laziness, but because its body is redirecting all blood and energy to the abdomen to wage a life-or-death battle of detoxification. Every time we see it dozing off on camera, a bloodless microscopic war is raging within its body, turning lethal arsenic into the nectar of life. Because eucalyptus leaves contain ample moisture, the koala barely ever needs to climb down to seek water throughout its long life. Its name in the local indigenous tongue means precisely, no drink. It isolates itself entirely within the canopy, severing ties with the chaotic world below and evading the fatal gazes of keen predators on the ground. In this intensely lonely discipline, the koala lives as an island floating in mid-air, communicating with no one and yielding to no hardship, silently chewing the bitterness of time amidst fragrance and numbness. The tenderest yet most heart-wrenching aspect of a koala's life is undoubtedly the tiny pouch nestled against the mother's abdomen. As a marsupial that never evolved a complete placenta, a mother koala's gestation lasts a mere 35 days, and the newborn cub can hardly be called a fully formed life. The newborn koala joey is only the size of a peanut, weighing less than a single gram. Hairless, blind, and with undeveloped ears, it looks as fragile as a drop of translucent water. The moment it is born, this tiny life, devoid of almost all sensory perception, must rely purely on instinct to crawl laboriously through its mother's coarse fur, eventually slipping into the warm, backward-facing pouch. Inside that blind pouch filled with the aroma of milk and endless darkness, the joey spends 6 months of silent time, its safest and purest sanctuary. However, as those 6 months pass and the cub grows, peeking its furry little head out, it must confront the first and most unique hurdle of its life, weaning and learning to eat toxic eucalyptus leaves. To help the joey's delicate stomach adapt to future poisons, the mother expels a special, semi-digested soft fecal byproduct from her pouch, known scientifically as pap. Rich in detoxifying microbes from the mother's cecum, the cub must feed exclusively on this substance for several consecutive weeks to establish its own internal immune system. This method of feeding, which might seem unclean or primitive to the secular world, is the greatest bond of heritage maternal love can forge in an exceptionally barren environment. Using her own digestive products, the mother fashions a shield against toxins for her child, passing this survival wisdom down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this extreme evolution, staking all survival chips entirely on eucalyptus forests, has turned into a fatal vulnerability before the tidal waves of human civilization and drastic climate change. The koala's unique muscle and claw anatomy grants it unparalleled grip on tree trunks, but once it leaves the trees and ventures onto the solid earth, it plummets into immense panic and helplessness. Their hind limbs are short and ill-suited for running. On crisscrossing highways and human pastures, they can only amble along in an agonizingly slow, waddling gait. A more harrowing fate descends during the exceptionally dry, blistering summers of the Australian continent. When bushfires, whipped up by gale-force winds, turn into raging oceans of flame swallowing the eucalyptus forests, the tragedy of the koala reaches its zenith. Because eucalyptus leaves are rich in volatile oils, they trigger devastating explosions when exposed to extreme heat, turning an entire tree into a massive torch in an instant. At such times, the koala's ancient instinct for danger, climbing higher and deeper into the canopy and holding deathly still against the trunk, becomes a fatal curse pushing them into the abyss. They cannot leap across meters of shrubbery like kangaroos to flee the inferno, nor can they take wing like birds. They can only watch helplessly as the fire creeps up from below, consumed by rolling choke smoke and heat waves in the canopy they loved all their lives. In the ashes of those disasters, people often find surviving koalas with their thick paw pads severely burned, yet still mechanically and instinctively clinging for dear life to carbonized, blackened trunks, their eyes filled with innocence and confusion. This blind defense of home is a logic of destiny etched into the deepest core of their genes, and their most heart-wrenching, powerless rebellion against a fast-changing modern world. Tonight, that distant forest fire has long been extinguished by the passage of time, and the night sky of the southern hemisphere has reclaimed its primal depth and vastness. The Milky Way, like a radiant ribbon of white silk, spans quietly across the eucalyptus canopy. Meanwhile, the koala, having weathered the storms of fate, slumbers on in its familiar fork. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the secret behind its 20-hour daily sleep. Now, stripping away the harsh truths of toxins, brain degeneration, and raging fires, what remains for us is an absolute tranquility transcending life and death. With a near-ultimate form of inaction, it has peacefully endured for countless centuries on a planet rife with predation and competition. It leaves the forest no destruction and no plunder, only a faint aroma of eucalyptus that diffuses through the deep night with its every breath. In its world, nothing is worth hurrying for, and no anxiety is worth sacrificing sleep over. Living itself is a serene vigil kept high in the treetops. Listening to the faint breeze outside your window, sounding like it traveled from the heart of the woods, and watching the final, faint, warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its resting place? Be like that creature beneath the starry sky, cradling its tree trunk. On this night that requires nothing of your consciousness, gently lay down all thoughts of right and wrong, gains and losses, and futures. Let your limbs unwind slowly in the warmth of your sheets, and let your mind dissolve entirely into that peaceful, profound pool of dreams. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, the forest has hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this crisp fragrance, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious and brutal sun-scorched barrens, the laws of survival are often equated with the clash of power, the gamble of speed, and fierce long-distance raids. Yet, atop the freezing, clear desert's starry sky, a certain creature composes an acoustic miracle of life, dissolving the clamor of heaven and earth in the lightest, gentlest posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This fennec fox stands quietly upon a windless, cool sand dune beneath the desert's starry sky, his fur, as soft as silk and laced with delicate milk-white mottling, appearing boundlessly serene under the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to calling them dune hermits or elven foxes in terrifying legends, but few truly understand that this seemingly mysterious and bizarre creature is actually a reclusive sage utilizing acoustic physics to the absolute limit. The life path he charts is an absolute silence devoid of any air friction sound or tearing burst of wind, just like a silent breeze brushing over sand grains. Even the keenest nocturnal insects cannot detect his descent. To survive in a world without water droplets, the fennec fox made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the compact, sharp head proportions of traditional mammals and remodeled his pinpa into a hearing radar that is hypervulnerable to noise damage and intensely fragile, solely to barter for an absolute precise listening inside the barrens. This is no relaxed or elegant hunting cruise, but a hermit meditating lonely in the deep dark, constructing an invisible anechoic chamber within the shifting dunes through a lifetime of restraint, endurance, and concentration. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, gentle microsand grain flows beside the fennec fox, and immerse yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in silent whispers, when the last glint of faint autumn twilight vanishes completely from the desolate sand barrens, the chilly night wind, laden with parched dust, begins to unfold silently across the boundless earth. At this hour, when most living things attempt to shrink back into deep burrows out of dread for the diurnal temperature variance or collapse into desperate sleep, the fennec fox's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. He slowly turns his head from the ancient sandy opening of the abandoned burrow. Upon that perfectly V-shaped face, as delicate as a white porcelain plate, two eyes as black as ink betray a concentration he can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first uncover his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all his actions and the acoustic shackle binding his destiny. Unlike other birds of prey or beasts that rely on speed or strength to hunt in daylight, the fennec fox's life belongs completely to the pitch black, and prey in the dark usually harbor a hypersensitive alertness to vibrations. If his body were as coarse and devoid of a heat-dissipating mechanism as an ordinary fox's, the exact moment he faced the 50-degree heat of daytime, his internal heat would accumulate to a lethal payload within a few short minutes, triggering fatal dehydration. To survive in this corner devoid of water sources, the fennec fox thoroughly remodeled his pinna across long ages on a microfluid dynamics level. If we magnify his ears under a microscope, an awe-inspiring physical world reveals itself. Within his colossal pinna, which commands nearly half the proportions of his head, are densely distributed a staggering number of regularly arranged rigid capillaries resembling miniature cooling pipes. These tiny vessels act like a fleet of delicate cooling fins, silently slicing and radiating the massive heat accumulated inside his frame into the air as the night wind blows. Immediately following this, a layer of ultrafine velvet-like underfur coating his internal ear surfaces acts like a thick sponge, perfectly absorbing and dissolving these faint vibrations swaying with the wind. Ultimately, when the current flows past the trailing edge of the pinna, a defensive line woven from countless soft, staggered, fringe-like hairs, it transitions smoothly back into the air, leaving behind not a single noise-generating vortex. This ultimate sound-softening and heat-radiating structure allows his core body heat and kinetic movement energy to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as he wanders the freezing night sky, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics. His entire life is spent within this cooling greenhouse, built by hand from hundreds of millions of gentle fur strands, demanding the utmost diligence to mend and nurse that vital coat which could fail at any moment due to mere dirt. However, the heaviest price the fennec fox pays in its epic of life to sustain this ultimate silent movement and listening lies hidden within its seemingly sturdy pinna, which actually offers zero resistance to moisture. To attain peak acoustic clarity, the fennec fox's pelage abandoned the thick stratum corneum owned by most mammals during its evolution, meaning it cannot smear sebum across its fur surfaces to gain flawless thermal insulation like a polar bear or a camel. His ears are porous, loose, and hypersusceptible to evaporative water loss. When a sudden midnight rainstorm descends without warning over the ancient wilderness, it marks a lethal catastrophe for the fennec fox. The instant those crystalline, freezing raindrops make contact with his ears, they do not beat up and roll off as they would on other animals, but rapidly infiltrate and saturate his thick underfur layer like a sponge soaking up water. Once waterlogged, the fur collapses and mats together instantly, which not only strips him of that vital air-insulating greenhouse in a flash, but also causes his head weight to skyrocket, turning his cranium as heavy as iron. At this juncture, with every labored stride he makes across the storm-beaten dunes, he emits an exceptionally coarse, muffled sound of sand friction, completely stripped of his proud, silent close-up protection. Plunged into this intense wretchedness, he can catch no insects hidden deep beneath the shifting sand in the dark, and worse, he slides into fatal hypothermia due to the sudden drain of stamina and the massive energetic expense of keeping warm. Consequently, when rare seasons of unceasing rain arrive, the fennec fox is frequently forced to stay in the blind corners of ruined burrows, enduring days and nights of starvation, his eyes flashing with immense dread of an unknown clear sky. This is precisely why every single fennec fox's perception of weather is honed to a near-obsessive degree. As elegant as they are beneath a clear night sky, they are equally desolate amidst continuous rain. This acoustic dominance bartered away at the cost of waterproofing rights is a destiny hymn etched into the deepest core of their genes, anchoring their lifelong security to a mere straw that could snap with a single rain. If the blood vessels on his ears are the fennec fox's invisible armor for conquering the desert, Then his perfectly shaped face and completely asymmetrical auditory nerve distribution are his secret weapons for battling fate in a silent world. In the absolute pitch black of a night devoid of a single ray of light, when his eyes lose all utility for observing the world, the fennec fox relies on his auditory spatial mapping system, unmatched in the biological realm. That pair of colossal pinnae, as delicate as white porcelain plates, is actually not for aesthetics. It is a precise, sound-collecting radar, forged from exceptionally stiff, densely packed cartilage. It can precisely refract, focus, and amplify those incredibly faint sound waves generated by sand friction or insects crawling centimeters beneath the sandy floor. In the wastes, directing them straight into his ear canals hidden deep beneath the coat. Even more abnormal is that the cochleae on his left and right sides harbor a clever, fine-tuning mechanism. When capturing audio, one biases toward high frequencies, one biases toward low frequencies, one faces forward, one faces back. This setup looks close to a deformity to humans, but in fluid acoustics, it stands as a divine design capable of drafting a three-dimensional map. When a sliver of sound wafts from beneath the sand layers, owing to the difference in location, the time it takes for the sound to reach the fennec fox's left and right ears differs by an incredibly minute delta of a few 10,000ths of a second, accompanied by a subtle intensity variance. The fennec fox's brain, not colossal in volume, yet allocating the vast majority of its neurons to the auditory processing system, can capture this minute delta in a split second. He does not need to ponder the vastness of the starry sky or scheme a path for tomorrow. He only needs to translate this tiny time variance into an absolute coordinate precise to the millimeter inside his mind. When he pounces silently down from a sand dune, his forepaws clamping unerringly and digging apart prey hidden deep within the drifts in the pitch dark, he doesn't even need to open his eyes. In this pure devotion of total intellect to sound, the fennec fox lives as an auditory island, floating in mid-air, severing all crossings with the chaotic world of daylight, silently keeping vigil over the secrets of the long night in wordless stillness. The thread of a fennec fox's destiny spans not only the subtleties of microscopic physics, but also carries that poignant moment hidden at the boundary where ancient ecosystems clash with modern civilization. Over past centuries, the habitats the fennec fox clung to most were the ancient windless dunes and abandoned stone caves widely scattered across the North African Sahara and rustic deserts. The sandy strata there were dry, warm, and exhaled a comforting scent of aged rock and soil, his most flawless reproductive haven and midnight roost. When the summer night breeze of June ripples through the sand waves, the fennec fox mother, in the deepest recesses of the dim cave, tenderly shields her litter of freshly opened-eyed kits with her own body. She must endure over 30 days of silent time there, a nest brimming with dry sand aromatics and endless quietude, the safest nesting attachment she gives her posterity. Yet, under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, ancient natural civilization was thoroughly torn asunder and replaced within a few short decades by cold, soaring off-road jeep wheels and industrial tourism projects. Those silent dunes were bulldozed and compacted, morphed into uniform, motor-roaring off-road rally circuits, completely severing the ancient contract between the fennec fox and the earth. When the fox mother and her young awakened startled in this world choked by the roars of modern machinery, finding that the noise-canceling pelage and asymmetrical ears they depend on for life are rendered useless before the endless industrial din, the dread and despair in their hearts hit a zenith. Noise pollution shatters the accuracy of their internal 3D map-making, while environmental shifts strip them of their final warm eaves to evade the blistering sun. In the blind spots of those abandoned ruins, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures standing, their pristine, delicate V-shaped faces coated in industrial soot, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world. Returning once more to the deep blind spots of the desolate dunes, the fennec fox becomes an invisible sage wrapped in the night again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the earth. In the vast night sky, countless creatures fly in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the fennec fox's smoke-light figure sweeps across the tips of the sand dunes, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his pinna. With ultimate silence, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of the night sky. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry bark, but rather a near-sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely stays in his own corner, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of quietude, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The barons of the deep night welcome another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past withered desert plants and waves of sand, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched upon the ancient sand dune, the fennec fox slightly adjusts the angle of his ears, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive silent listening and his acoustic riddles within the freezing night. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid sky. He has left the world no deafening roars, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace gliding beneath the moonlight without producing a single sound. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the micropiny, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the midnight penny has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. When you lie on your bed in the windless dark of night, watching the moonlight cut into mottled shards by the curtains, your brain may still be tossing and turning over the clamor and regrets of the day. Yet, the most famous counterintuitive miracle in the history of biological evolution, and the most fascinating ultimate riddle, coldly tells us that at the very bottom of those cold, turbid rivers on earth that see not a single ray of sunlight, a silent spiritual practice lasting 200 million years is actually taking place. If we turn our gaze toward that deep-water world filled with unknown silt, you will not see a single shred of modern species impatience, you will only see an extraordinarily peculiar frame, akin to a mythical creation, gliding gently through the ultradark aquatic depths with eyes closed. It does not rely on sight, it does not depend on hearing, and at the very instant it plunges beneath the water, it seals its eyes, ears, and nostrils tightly inside the folds of its skin, completely severing all direct contact with the external physical world. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers. Today, it is no longer a comical summary about primitivity and degeneration in a science journal, but an ultimate meditative lullaby left by nature for the night and for insomniacs. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. In this micro-wandering of extreme self-restraint at the bottom of dark rivers, all daytime anxieties and impetuousness will be ruthlessly washed away by the vastness of the timescale, leaving behind only the ultimate serenity, destiny, and tenderness. The first fracture of destiny in our story unfolds during a bitterly cold dusk, where the air faintly bears the crisp fragrance of eucalyptus and a chilly wind brushes across the water's surface. It is a slow-moving, pristine stream nestled on the eastern edge of the Australian continent, where ancient ferns along the banks cast long, low-saturation dark grey shadows into the night. A 3-year-old platypus, petite in size, refined in features, and covered entirely in dense, waterproof fur like a sea otter, squats quietly on the soft, damp grey mud of the bank. Its flat, leathery black bill rhythmically touches the water, stirring up circles of extremely faint, beautifully delicate ripples that are regular almost to the point of hypnosis. Within the ancient physiological world inside its body, one of nature's most wondrous prompts for sleep is quietly occurring. Unlike terrestrial mammals whose blood boils and heartbeats skyrocket for the chase, its core biological clock secretes an intensely restrained, introverted hormonal stream throughout its frame. Through the baptism of 200 million years, its basal metabolic rate has been actively pressed down to an unimaginably low trough, supreme, most tender physiological retreat made after seeing through how worldly laws exploit life. The dusk deepens, and at the exact split second the last glint of twilight is completely swallowed by the shadows of the flowing water, its feet push off gently. With an exquisitely elegant motion that makes not a single splash, it glides smoothly into the dark, freezing depths of the underwater world. At that precise instant, the skin folds on its face spontaneously tighten, enveloping and sealing away its eyes and ears perfectly. Its vision vanishes into a pure, absolute blackness, and its ears can no longer catch the land's wind and clamor. It surrenders itself entirely to this dark river, discarding all the arrogance of modern high-energy senses, relying solely on that specialized bill swaying gently from side to side in the current to begin a midnight silent cruise wholly independent of the sun. Once the floodgates of its senses are completely shut, the small platypus's seemingly clumsy black bill unveils a miracle of slow aesthetics that transcends the limits of human imagination within the dark. Riverbed silt. This is a tapestry of time carved out by nature's most rigorous physical laws. Across the leathery, soft skin of its bill are densely distributed a staggering 40,000 incredibly sensitive electroreceptors, alongside tens of thousands of precise mechanical tactile receptors. As it glides along the turbid, freezing river bottom with an exceptionally regular, side-to-side swaying gait, these receptors capture minute potential difference changes of 1/10,000th of a volt in the surrounding water with a voiceless frequency. Within its microscopic realm, the ultradark river floor is actually an intensely gorgeous, orderly starry sky woven from faint electrical currents. A tiny shrimp a few centimeters away in the mud gently twitches a muscle, releasing a sliver of a biological electrical signal into the current, and this signal instantly sparks a gentle ripple within the grid of the bill. It has no need to open its eyes or discern the color of its neighbor. Through 200 million years of forbearance and evolution, its cerebral cortex long ago mastered decoding these faint potential differences into panoramic maps of the riverbed, brimming with geometric beauty and absolute certainty. It drifts through this dark gold castle woven of currents and aquatic white noise, every movement slowed to the absolute limit, devoid of any haste, devoid of any aggression. It merely yields to the will of gravity and flowing water, breathing silently within the crevices of each sedimentary rock. Time slows its steps completely here. The epochal shifts and the rise and fall of civilizations upon dry land manifest in the center of this icy riverbed mud merely as a subtle dissipation of a 10,000,000th of a gram in the decay rate of a fallen leaf on the surface. Like a refined elder who has weathered the ages and seen through the disillusionment of fame and wealth, it quietly recalibrates its heart rate with every slow sweep of the water ripples, turning this 200-million-year-old body into a miniature oasis of self-healing, covered in fine gray fur, drifting in the perpetual night. To truly perceive the secret of life wrapped beneath this deep water and earth, we must pivot our perspective to the most poignant milestone of its existence, filled with the tension of fate and power, the late autumn vigil of brooding. During the annual breeding season, the mother platypus, elegant in form, with melancholy eyes, will alone dig out a deep, damp subterranean tunnel spanning up to 20 meters into the bank sloping by the stream. At the very end of this tunnel lies a deeply warm, secure chamber lined with decaying leaves. To shelter her two precious, ancient eggs, whose shells are as soft and pliable as leather, from the ruthless compression of external predators, she uses her flat tail to beat the damp earth firm, inch by inch. She erects several sturdy barricades within the tunnel, completely severing herself from the bustling world outside. This is an ultimate cloistered meditation lasting several weeks, unwritten by a single word, pushing a mother's love, ordered with human-like logic, to its absolute peak. In the darkest depths of the mud bed and tree burrow, shielded from the sun, she presses the two eggs tightly against her warm abdomen, using her own core heat to counter the biting terrestrial chills seeping from the soil. In that cramped space, the conventional concept of time undergoes a transformation close to a miracle. She possesses no hard eggshells or incubator like ordinary birds. She can only use her own endurance and flesh to bear the unceasing pressure of the dark, until two tiny, semi-translucent hatchlings, no larger than peanuts, break through. In the subsequent nursing phase, what inspires even deeper awe and tenderness is that, as a member of the ancient order Monotremata, her body never evolved any teat structures for suckling. The surface of her refined belly fur, much like a human secreting sweat during a state of deep relaxation, lets rich, milk-white fluid, brimming with antibacterial factors, ooze out with extreme slowness and restraint through specialized glandular pores. The two tiny joeys keep their eyes closed, resting upon her warm belly with utter submission and deep attachment, licking away these drops of primeval nectar as they stream through the fur. In this voiceless, sweet-scented micro-oasis, they pass the spark of life down through the generations. This subterranean lineage, rife with relational tension and clashing with the outer epoch, carries no announcements and makes not a single sound. The mother silently bears the toll of exhausted stamina, her every breath carving out a tender domain for her young so they are not wholly consumed by absolute darkness, forging physical pain into the most unyielding, long-lasting confession on this planet amidst frigid silence. The most profoundly healing and reassuring aspect of the platypus's silent roaming lies in its absolute equity and eternal stillness, which transcend all human social structures. In the year 2026, no matter how unimaginably high the technology of human society has climbed, and no matter how secular utility, fame, and anxiety cause souls to toss and turn in the dead of night, unable to find rest, this slow-moving life dwelling at the dark river bottom keeps the tactile potential frequencies within its body synchronized to that exact same intensely slow, intensely restrained unique beat from 200 million years ago. Right at this moment, in this room so quiet you can only catch the faint murmurs of shifting water, and in every corner of this building, nature's purest aesthetic of survival transforms into a psychological prompt steeped in a sense of attachment, softly stroking your taut cerebral cortex and soothing your anxious heartstrings. That tiny platypus has no need to prove its might in a storm, nor tremble over tomorrow's direction. It simply accepts the limitations of its physical frame with equanimity, choosing to shut down all its external senses every single night, surrendering itself completely to this icy river that has embraced it for millennia. Its every faint heartbeat, its every slow glide across the mud bed, telepaths an anchor of absolute acceptance to the midnight insomniac. It's all right. Now is the time to rest. You can safely close your eyes, and shut away your sight and hearing. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, the ultra-dark aquatic floor forever preserves its most certain tranquility and self-healing. Before such a grand, unyielding, and eternal ecological law, all the gains and losses we cling to during the day, the anxieties, regrets, and pains that strip us of our sleep, reveal themselves to be utterly insignificant, like a single speck of gray dust drifting down upon the oceanic riverbed, vanishing in a flash. Like an elegant elder who has witnessed the rise and fall of space and time, it whispers tenderly in your ear during every lonely night, using a near-static evolutionary rhythm of 200 million years. Lay down your defenses. Return all your tension back into the ultra-slow cadence of nature. Everything is well, everything will pass. Through a silent voyage and physiological endurance spanning 200 million years, it proves that the complete shutting away of senses and self-retreat stand as the most ultimate, long-lasting ancient self-healing aesthetic in this cold world. As the midnight tides gradually smooth over every rise and fall of the entire river, that silent roaming ball unfolding at the bottom of the dark waters will ultimately meet its most gentle nocturnal curtain drop. Over the coming hours, that gentle hermit, having catalogued tens of thousands of potential perceptions beneath the surface, will completely cease its slow cruising along the margins of the mud bed. Following familiar lines of gravity, it will return deep within that dim tree burrow blanketed in layers of dry grass and fallen leaves, dangling its limbs in the most relaxed posture to slip into a deep torpor lasting over a dozen hours. The entire frigid underwater space will harbor no further stirrings. Only those threads of faint bioelectric particles emanating from the skin of its bill will quietly disperse through the icy water, releasing a delicate, subtle fragrance touched with the lingering warmth of fallen leaves and ancient snows, wrapping you and this weary world together in silence. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers, she has answered all the ultimate riddles regarding the rhythm of survival posed in the prologue. She proves that we are never orphans who appeared by chance in the lonely dark, but beautiful notes destined to emerge within this 200 million year-long symphony of the earth. The world has grown perfectly still. The moonlight outside your window, moving in tandem with the blood circulation inside your body, weaves a shroud of dim light and shadow, safest and most reassuring, within your room. There is no need to ponder where the destination of growth lies, nor fret over when tomorrow's wind and rain will cease. You only need to align with the ancient, regular, slow heartbeats of these creatures from the deep and completely relax your breathing. The story has gently come to rest. That river lullaby, performed in concert by silt and tactile potentials, echoes softly inside your mind. Please close your eyes, and sink peacefully into this deepest, most tranquil dreamscape woven for you by a platypus. Good night. The translucent snowflake resting atop the Himalayas and sleeping within the frozen glaciers for millennia actually witnessed, a long, long time ago, the most blistering sunrise over tropical seas. This sounds like an unprovable, absurd myth, yet within the cold and rigorous laws of meteorology, it is the most monumental romantic destiny from which no single water molecule can ever escape. She possesses no fixed physical shell, nor can she truly stop her steps for even a single moment, yet she turns every instance of her fragmentation and dissipation into a gentle miracle that nourishes all living things. A cloud's journey, from Pacific water vapor to Himalayan snow, she traversed tens of thousands of kilometers of vast mountains and seas, achieving an ultimate reconciliation of life between the freezing cold and the scorching heat. Tonight, let us accompany the gently flickering firelight and this story you need not effortfully memorize, to walk together into her true lifetime. Throughout this incredibly prolonged, gentle, and lonely trajectory of wandering, there is no daytime anxiety or impetuosity, only the purest breath and tranquility of nature accompanied by the whistling wind and the falling rain. The first fracture of the story occurs in the center of a boundless, untroubled tropical ocean. It was an exceptionally sultry afternoon. The sunlight poured unreservedly onto the Pacific Sea surface, which was smooth as a mirror, vaporizing the upper layer of the water until it felt slightly hot. Countless water molecules, tiny to the point of near invisibility, under the constant catalysis of heat, finally bid farewell to their companions, breaking free from Ocean Mother's broad and heavy blue embrace. Silently, they transformed into wisps of transparent water vapor. Taking incredibly light steps, they began to slowly drift upward toward the azure sky. At this stage, she had neither a name nor a form, remaining merely an utterly insignificant speck of atmospheric dust within this grand epic of the water cycle. As the altitude continuously climbed, the roar of the ocean waves, the cries of seabirds, and the tropical clamor receded inch by inch beneath her feet, until they were completely sealed away in the world thousands of meters below. The air in the high skies began to grow increasingly thin, and the temperature dropped with a restrained and relentless rigor at a precise rate of $0.6 carat /circ/text c $1 for every 100 meters of ascent. By the time she ascended to a height of approximately 2,000 meters, the ambient temperature had fallen to the critical threshold sufficient to trigger her metamorphosis. The once isolated, transparent water molecules began to slow down their running paces in the freezing air, gently recondensing around tiny cores of sea salt brought from various parts of the ocean. Myriads of minuscule liquid droplets clustered together, finally morphing under the afternoon breeze into a visible, incredibly soft, and pure white brand new form, that was a cumulus cloud just born in the vast blue sky. Resembling a bundle of cotton woven from nature's purest veil, she floated quietly in the void, beginning her first silent breath as a cloud. The sunset over the sea tinted her white edges with a layer of soft, low-saturation dim gold. She looked down at the deep blue ocean that had nurtured her, her expression carrying a trace of calm and certainty toward the unknown. The newly born cloud was free, yet her fate was always tightly gripped by an invisible, colossal hand of the atmosphere. That was the grand symphony woven jointly by Earth's rotation and solar radiation, the monsoon. Bearing an irreversible sense of destiny, it began pushing her slowly toward the northwest. She drifted through vast bands of warm, humid air currents. Along her wandering journey, countless water molecules from other maritime regions continuously integrated into her body. Her size grew increasingly massive and her skirt folds became heavier, her once light posture gradually revealing a dense restraint in the 10,000-meter high skies. Across thousands of kilometers of void stretching from the Pacific to the edge of the Asian continent, she witnessed the soft and quiet play of light and shadow during countless alternations of sunrise and sunset. However, the coastline of the continent soon faintly emerged on the horizon. The complex terrain of the windward slope brought this wanderer the first truly severe compression of her life. As the colossal monsoon swept her forward to collide against the edge of the earth, the undulating mountains forced her to continue climbing up the steep slopes into higher, colder altitudes. the altitude increased, and the surrounding air, like freezing iron pincers, ruthlessly compressed her already saturated body, until her internal equilibrium finally approached the brink of breaking. The white body of the cloud began to turn gray and dim under the merciless orographic lift. That was not anger, but a profound quietude and endurance when life was about to bear its absolute limit. At a certain moment, the temperature in the valley plummeted. The countless tiny water droplets inside her could no longer resist the call of gravity. They collided and coalesced into heavy raindrops. A heavy downpour poured down silently at the edge of the continent in the deep of the night. Accompanied by the regular, rhythmic white noise of falling rain, she gently returned a portion of her body to this unfamiliar land. She lost nearly half her weight, her body becoming light again though somewhat tattered, yet she did not linger over the rivers below, choosing instead to follow the high-altitude trade winds, journeying lonely toward the deeper hinterland of the continent. Having passed through the numerous obstacles of the coastline, the cloud entered a long and quiet period of wandering within the continental interior. By this time, she was no longer that initially plump, rounded cumulus cloud, but had transformed into a sheet of stratus cloud stretching for hundreds of kilometers across the high sky. Her posture grew increasingly refined and elegant, like a thin veil spread lazily over the heads of 10,000 households, shielding the people on Earth from the overly scorching daytime sun. During this phase, she learned to engage in silent dialogues with various air currents over the land. Through a long stretch of time akin to half a century, she endured the cruel baking of rising heatwaves above arid deserts. That baking caused a massive evaporation of the moisture within her. Her body once became extremely thin and near transparent, as if she might completely dissipate into the empty blue sky at any moment, yet she never completely vanished. Whenever night fell and the Earth's temperature receded, she would silently absorb the faint wisps of water vapor rising from the surface in the quiet night sky, rescuing her tattered garments. This survival struggle, pulling back and forth between dissipation and restructuring much like human logic, fostered within her a deep yet highly restrained attachment to this continent. She watched the warm yellow lights kindle in the ancient villages below, and watched those lights extinguish one by one. In the deep night, while she remained merely a silent onlooker, time at an altitude of 10,000 meters lost the urgency it holds on land. The shifting of eras and the changing of dynasties manifested here simply as subtle alterations in the colors of the surface vegetation. She no longer chased the grand magnificence of the ocean surface, nor did she fear her own fragmentation. Through a long wandering of 10,000 kilometers, she became increasingly pure and certain, for she could faintly sense that, at the end of the wind, the final destination of her life standing in the center of spacetime was slowly rising on the edge of the horizon. That is the most spectacular and merciless geographical miracle on Earth, a massive scar traversing the center of the Asian continent, the Himalayas. When the cloud arrived here following the last of the westerly air currents, she faced the roof of the world, a freezing realm standing over 8,000 meters high like a colossal wall of steel. The air here is dry and piercing, locked year-round in a biting cold of dozens of degrees below zero, entirely devoid of the warmth or human trace found upon the plains. This was a definitive collision that truly transcended the limits of ordinary imagination. The most stinging yet monumental moment of fate she had to confront after a lifetime of wandering, the massive mountain completely sealed off her last line of retreat. A powerful updraft, like an invisible giant hand, hurled her fragile body ruthlessly into that extremely cold high altitude nearing the stratosphere. At that altitude, conventional laws of physics underwent a transformation akin to a miracle. Because the temperature was so low, the remaining water molecules inside her did not even have time to revert into liquid raindrops. Under the needle pricks of extreme cold, they sublimated directly within the void into countless exquisite, hexagonal, minuscule ice crystals, a delicate raiment carved for her by nature at life's terminus. The once soft, flowing cloud, under the cold gaze of the roof of the world, completely solidified at this instant, turning into a stark white snow cloud filled with geometric aestheticism. She floated gracefully above the sharp, majestic peaks of Mount Everest, the final afterglow of the setting sun tinting her remaining skirt folds with an utterly lonely twilight blue. At this moment, there was no pain, no struggle. Only a grand sense of destiny that had seen through the disillusionment of mountains and rivers, quietly suffusing the freezing silence. She knew her long journey had reached its true end. She would use her final purity to execute the gentlest curtain call in this continental wandering across thousands of miles. after enduring a 10,000-kilometer wander and experiencing countless segmentations and restructurings, that long confession enacted upon the roof of the world finally arrived at its ultimate landing. Countless hexagonal ice crystals, in the windless, freezing night sky, began falling across the heavens at an exceedingly slow speed that was near static, gently, silently. They descended upon the ancient glaciers of the Himalayas stretching for thousands of miles, completing the deepest reunion with companions who had slept for centuries. A cloud's journey, from Pacific water vapor to Himalayan snow, she answered all ultimate riddles regarding the cycle of life mentioned in the prologue. She laid down all burdens and forms of being a cloud, completely integrating into this most secure and embracing white wasteland, returning into a solid glacier of the purest form. For the next few centuries, or even millennia, she will lie quietly here, insulated from the clamor of the mortal world, untouched by the rise and fall of temperatures, enjoying nature's most ultimate eternal tranquility, until one spring many, many years from now, when a ray of warm sunshine awakens this glacier once more, she will transform again into a droplet of clear spring water, flowing gently down the steep valley to restart the next great, endless cycle of life. The world has completely quieted down. The sound of the wind outside is weaving together with the ice and snow of this story to create a most secure and reassuring dim play of light and shadow in your room. There is no need to ponder where the journey's end lies, nor to worry about which way tomorrow's wind will blow. You only need to attune to the most regular, prolonged water breath of the Earth's surface, completely relaxing your body. The story has slowly touched down, that interstellar lullaby woven from the whistling wind and the falling snow is gently echoing in your mind. Please close your eyes, and peacefully sink into this deepest, most tranquil dreamland woven for you by the entire planet.